Honorable members, before we do introductions, as you will see on the screens around the chamber, we have an American Sign Language interpreter embedded in the broadcast of the House proceedings. This is part of a trial that will continue through the fall sitting period during the routine businesses until the House reaches orders of the day. I hope that this addition will make the proceedings of the House more accessible to individuals in the deaf and hard of hearing community. I want to express my gratitude to the team of ASL interpreters who we will be seeing on our screens in the weeks ahead. Their work is important and valued. I also want to thank Andrew Spence, Chief Information Officer, as well as Darcy McPherson and Andrew Henry of Hansard Services, along with their teams for all that they did to make this a reality. Thank you. Introduction by members. Minister of Health.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chair. Joining us today in the galleries are Jack Daragopian and Vahi Andonian from the Armenian National Committee. They're here, of course, for the opening of the new session and also to raise awareness about the existential danger and threat to the existence of the Republic of Armenia, the Republic of Artsakh, by Azerbaijani forces. I ask the House to make them welcome.
Leader of the third party.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I'm delighted to introduce Emily Page Bishop, who's in the gallery today. Emily is a new member of our caucus team. She joined us June 1st, so only saw the last day or two of the spring session. She has an undergraduate degree in international relations from Mount Allison and a master's degree from UVic in environment studies with a focus on political ecology. Emily brings a wealth of skills, talents and energy, and we are delighted to have her join our caucus team.
Minister of State for Childcare.
Thank you so much, Honourable Chair. It's great to be back in this House and seeing everybody again. And I just want to introduce a friend who is visiting Victoria for a conference and joining us for a question period today. That is Mike Schilling, the President and CEO from Community Savings Credit Union. As many members know, that Community Savings Credit Union was funded by a lot of unionized laborers a long time ago and continues to stay as a very community-oriented and labor-friendly credit union. So I would like the House to please welcome Mike and give him a warm welcome. Thank you.
Member for Delta South.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker, and I'm proud and pleased today to welcome my son Tom Payton and his fiancée Claire and the cutest little, quietest little 6-month-old baby Natalie, who is with them, and so great to have them here. I think it's their first time here at the Legislature, and would everyone please make Tommy, Claire and Natalie feel welcome.
Member for Richmond Queensborough.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. It was my daughter Lenny's birthday a few weeks ago. We weren't sitting, hence a belated greetings. You know, Mr. Speaker, there's a saying in Punjabi, "Tiyan har di kismat vich kitte hundiyan han. Jida ka Rab nu pyara hove, tiyan utte hundiyan han." Loosely translated, daughters are not in everyone's fortune. Only those houses that God admires above others, that's where you'll find a daughter. As I wish my own daughter Lenny a happy birthday, I'm also thinking of all the daughters of Iran that are suffering today and hold them in my heart. Thank you.
Member for Shuswap.
Well, thank you, Honourable Speaker. We're joined in the gallery today by a close friend of mine, Chad Eliason from Salmon Arm. Chad was first elected to Salmon Arm Council at the age of 27. After 17 years of service, he's decided not to choose to run again in this year's municipal elections. Chad also has a large mortgage brokerage company in Salmon Arm, a great advocate of all things local in the Salmon Arm area. Would the House please welcome Chad to the House?
Member for Vancouver-Langara.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It gives me great pleasure to welcome back to the House Dave Hare, the MLA for Surrey Tynehead. He was elected first in 2001, 2005 and 2009. He served as the Parliamentary Secretary for Multiculturalism and Immigration from 2005 to 2011. Many of you in this House know Dave well. His passion and commitment and heart for the community is without equal, particularly in the Surrey community. Thank you, Dave, for all of the advice and guidance you've given to many of us, including myself, over the years. Will you please, all members, join me in making Dave Hare feel welcome in this House again.
Premier. Sorry. Okay, please continue.
I meant to say, get the Premier and Leader of Opposition to sit down. Thank you. Just to introduce my new constituency assistant, Teddy O'Donnell. He's here in the House with Tiana. They're on their break for an important anniversary, and so they took time off to witness the new MLA for Surrey South coming into this House today, but also welcome to Teddy. He also has a big heart for community. Look forward to working with you in Vancouver Langara McCuney office. Thanks very much.
Premier.
Well, thank you, Honourable Chair, and I thank the member for Langara for ceding the floor. I want to join with him in welcoming Dave Hare back to the precinct, and I'm just wondering, Honourable Speaker, if you're going to recognize him for a 2-minute statement, because no one made more 2-minute statements in the time I was a colleague with Dave than he did. So good to see you. Welcome back.
And nobody has more business cards than he had. Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes, I did indeed see the terror on the Queen's printing staff when they saw David in the precinct again. So I do want to also just echo some introduction that was made by one of my colleagues for Chad Ellison. You know, 17 years in local government is a big commitment. And I think it's important we recognize those folks, whether provincial, federal, local, that make the commitment to spend time in public life. It is a sacrifice for sure. And I know that Chad served on the board of the Union of BC Municipalities, on municipal insurance boards. Some of his key initiatives I think are worth mentioning because often people forget. But the first community in 2006 to offer free bus rides for children, free passes for children, for kids. Curbside collection, all the recycling, waste and compost, again, one of Chad's initiatives. And Chad was a founding member of the Shuswap Trail Alliance. So he's done a lot for Salmon Arm, he's done a lot of public service, and I'd like the House to recognize the contribution he's made.
Minister of State for Infrastructure.
Thank you so much, Honourable Speaker. I would like to welcome to the Legislature today somebody who is watching Question Period from inside the Legislature for the very first time, my former constituency assistant, Matt McCorkindale, who is now working as an executive assistant for the Minister responsible for housing. I felt it was important to make this introduction because I actually saw him outside of the chambers just briefly in a very well-fitted suit and tie, and I thought, you know, Mac, you worked for me for 5 years and you never wore a suit and tie for me, so I don't know what happened when you got here, but Minister of Housing, very, very fortunate to have you, and would the House please welcome him to the Legislature.
Minister of Social Development and Poverty Reduction.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to recognize all workers for BC Ferries, but one in particular who is retiring after 38 years in the catering department on the ferry that serves the Sunshine Coast, joins the Upper Coast to the Lower Coast. And I have to say, after 38 years, I'll miss him for his our conversations about politics, and just made the trip a little bit shorter, no less expensive, but he's been a committed worker and one who we've all appreciated. Lawrence Bean, congratulations on your retirement.
House Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Well, everyone in this chamber knows that we wouldn't be here and couldn't do what we do if we didn't have tremendous and loving support back home. It's really our families that stand behind us and put up with the time away and the scrutiny and maybe the the mood changes and whatnot. I'll speak for myself on that one. But I am thrilled that my wife Chantel is here today. It's been a number of years. We have very busy daughters, 16, 13, and 18, 16, and almost 13. And so she's been an incredible support to me throughout the 22 years that we've been married. We've been together for 25 years. She loves politics, and I thank my lucky stars every day that she never runs against me because she would clean my clock. There's no question about it. But most importantly, she's a great mom and a wonderful person with a huge heart. And I love you very much. Thanks for being here, Chantel. And I'd be remiss if I didn't mention that her sister Marie is here as well with her boyfriend Shane, and I'm thrilled that they've moved to Victoria, so I'll get to see them a little bit more these days. But welcome to both Marie and Shane as well.
Member for Richmond South Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As we know, we weren't sitting last week, so I want to take a moment to wish my father's happy 75th birthday. I apologize for that. My father, Kirby P.U.E.L., has always been on my side when I was not elected and running community and advocating. He's probably one of the few people who still think I had a slight hint of hope or have any kind of potential. So I want to take a moment to thank my father and thank my friend for all support, and happy 75th birthday.
Now I call on Madam Clerk to read the certification letter from the Chief Electoral Officer regarding the by-election in Surrey South.
From Elections BC, September 21st, 2022, to the Honourable Raj Chauhan, Speaker of the Legislative Assembly. Dear Mr. Speaker, on April 28th, 2022, this office received your warrant advising of a vacancy in the Legislative Assembly resulting from the resignation of Stephanie Cadieux, Member for the Electoral District of Surrey South. On direction from the Lieutenant Governor and Council, I issued a writ of election for the Electoral District of Surrey South on August 13th, 2022, ordering that a by-election be held to fill the vacancy. The writ specified final voting day to be September 10th, 2022. The by-election was held in accordance with the provisions of the Election Act, and the completed writ of election has been returned to me. In accordance with Section 147, Sub 2 of the Election Act, I hereby certify the following individual be elected to serve as a member of the Legislative Assembly. Eleanor Sturco of the BC Liberal Party for the Electoral District of Surrey South. Sincerely, Anton Bogman, Chief Electoral Officer.
Attorney General.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the certificate of the Chief Electoral Officer of the result of the election of the member be entered upon the journals of the House.
Member, you heard the motion. All those in favor indicate aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carried. Official opposition leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker from Burnaby. Today at the doors of the chamber, Mr. Speaker, I'm really pleased and excited to welcome the newest member of the legislature. Eleanor is a mom. She is a former former sergeant with the RCMP, formerly served in the military, and is joined here by her lovely wife, Melissa, and their three lovely children who are all here today, and I want to recognize them. I see Henry already grinning up there, and I see Marin hiding somewhere, and Henry, where are you? There he is. Henry's up there too. And they're all here to join her on this very auspicious occasion. And we're thrilled to have her join our BC Liberal Caucus. And more formally, Mr. Speaker, I have the honor to present to you Eleanor Sturco, the member for the Electoral District of Surrey South, who has taken the oath, signed the parliamentary roll, and now claims her right to take her seat.
Please proceed. I welcome the member for Surrey South. Madam Clerk.
Introduction of bills.
Attorney General.
Mr. Speaker, I have the honor to present a message from Her Honor the Lieutenant Governor.
Her Honor, the Lieutenant Governor transmits herewith Bill number 27, Untitled Attorney General Statutes Amendment Act number 2, 2022, and recommends the same to the Legislative Assembly. Attorney General.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the bill be introduced and read a first time now. Mr. Speaker, I am pleased to introduce the Attorney General Statutes Amendment Act number 2 of 2022. The bill proposes minor amendments to 6 statutes that will help bring clarity and consistency to how they are interpreted and applied. The provisions being added through these amendments include the following: minor housekeeping amendments to the Election Act, Lobbyists Transparency Act, and the Wills, Estates and Succession Act, as well as new regulation making authority to enable remote witnessing of enduring powers of attorney and representation agreements, and the ability to revoke the appointment of a King's Counsel, formerly Queen's Counsel.
Members, the question is the first reading of the bill. All those in favor indicate aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carried. Attorney General.
Speaker, I move that the bill be placed on the orders of the day for second reading at the next sitting of the House after today.
Members, you heard the question. All those in favor indicate aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carried. Madam Clerk. Sorry. Minister of Municipal Affairs.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I have the honor to present a message from Her Honor, the Lieutenant Governor.
Her Honor, the Lieutenant Governor transmits herewith Bill number 28, Entitled Municipal Affairs Statutes Property Taxation Amendment Act 2022, and recommends the same to the Legislative Assembly. Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the bill be introduced and read a first time now. I'm very pleased to introduce the Municipal Affairs Statutes Property Taxation Amendment Act 2022, which amends the Community Charter and the Vancouver Charter. The primary purpose of this bill is to provide a new tool to municipalities to provide tax relief to local businesses and nonprofits that have been affected by high or unexpected increases to assessed values due to the development potential of the property that they occupy. As we all know, real estate markets in many BC communities have led to significant increases in the assessed values of properties. These increases can be even higher when a property undergoes a zoning change to increase density, or a property is expected to be developed in the short or medium term. The amendments to the Community Charter and the Vancouver Charter would enable municipalities, at their discretion, to tax the land value of certain light industrial and commercial properties at a reduced tax rate. These amendments are the outcomes of the Property Assessment Strategic Review, and in consultation with a broad range of municipal, business, and nonprofit stakeholders. I would like to thank them for their advocacy and their insights into these tax reforms. They are intended to replace the interim business property tax relief legislation and provide a new tool for communities to decide at the local level which businesses, organizations, and nonprofits need property tax relief. I would like to thank the Minister of Finance and her excellent team for their leadership in guiding this legislation to this point. Mr. Speaker, these amendments have the potential to provide significant property tax relief to businesses and nonprofits and allow them to continue to occupy the property while it transitions in the new development process. Thank you.
Members, the question is the first reading of the bill. All those in favor indicate aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carried. Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the bill be placed on the orders of the day for second reading at the next sitting of the House after today.
You have heard the question. All those in favor indicate aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carried. Madam Clerk.
Statements by members.
Member for North Vancouver, Seymour.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and nice to see you again. Today I am glad to be speaking again from the unceded territories of the Lekwungen-speaking people, the Esquimalt and the Songhees. And I also continue to work, live, and learn in my beautiful riding of North Vancouver-Seymour, situated in the unceded territory of the Coast Salish, specifically the Tsleil-Waututh and Squamish nations. On September 13th, Mahsa Amini, a 22-year-old Kurdish-Iranian woman, was detained by the so-called morality police for not adhering to their modesty standards, and she died a horrific and violent death while in custody. Mahsa's death has sparked protests on the street of Iran and around the world. In British Columbia, thousands gathered on the steps of the Vancouver Art Gallery and along Georgia Street in downtown Vancouver to show their support. There were other gatherings here in Victoria and also places such as Kelowna. In Iran, people have bravely taken to the streets chanting, "Women, life, freedom," understanding the risks to their own lives. The Iranian authorities have cut off almost all access to the internet to stop the protest news, which is why millions of Iranians and non-Iranians have used the hashtag Mahsa Amini on social media to show their support and to amplify the voice of the Iranian protesters. For many British Columbians who have family and friends in Iran, this is an incredibly difficult time. On one hand, these protests have given them the opportunity to reconnect with their homeland and dream of a brighter future, but they have also reinforced the pain of separation and exposed again the brutality of a regime willing to resort to deadly force to silence its people. We recently marked Gender Equality Week in British Columbia. Iran's events are a reminder that we must actively work together to break down barriers and ensure all people have the right to live their full potential, free of discrimination. This is everyone's fight, regardless of one's geography, and it's not over. I believe I speak for everyone in this House when I say that we unequivocally stand in solidarity with the brave people of Iran and their families in their struggle for equal gender rights, freedom, and democracy. For women, life, freedom, for Mahsa Amini. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for West Vancouver Capilano.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm not going to talk about autism today. Instead, I'm going to share a story of a mother with a child with autism in her own words. This is from Michelle. Being a parent of a child with autism is exhausting. There are no breaks, there is very little help, and you are always on. Even if my daughter is at school or with her home team, I'm still constantly thinking and worried about her. I feel like I've lost myself some days. I don't get the opportunity to be Michelle very often. I'm always Sarah's mom. I miss out on events or nights because there's no sitter or the venue would be dangerous for her. My husband and I don't do things together very often. It's usually just one or the other of us that can go. My daughter Sarah is 7, and we first suspected autism at age 12, and she was diagnosed as autistic just before her 3rd birthday. She's nonverbal and elopes frequently and has zero awareness of danger, which results in the need for constant supervision no matter where we are, at home, school, shopping, or even out enjoying nature. Going anywhere is a struggle. She's not potty trained, so we always have to be aware of areas where we can pull over and put on a pull-up, having to carry additional supplies, and the stigma of having a child her age still in diapers. She's also prone to meltdowns when needed to wait in a lineup or when she's frustrated that she can't verbalize a need. Luckily, government funding has allowed us to build an amazing home team for our daughter, and over the past 4 years, she had learned to gain trust with her support workers and has done so well. I cannot express how important this is to Sarah and to my family. Losing this home team would be devastating and keeps me up at night. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Langley East.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. As we're back here for the first day of fall session, I am thrilled to rise in the House to share with you my thoughts on what is truly, well, at least for some people, the most wonderful time of the year. And in contemplating my 2-minute statement for today, I really felt obliged to craft an ode to this event, using the well-known song, A Most Wonderful Time of the Year, Firstly, Honourable Speaker, I could not carry a tune in a basket if my life depended on it, unlike many of the talented honourable members in this House. So I'm going to spare everyone the torture that would cause. Also, I've taken some artistic liberty with this jingle, and actually, that would also be an understatement. There may be 3 words that you're going to recognize from the original song, but my time was limited in crafting this masterpiece, so we're going to have to go with it anyway. Honourable Speaker, it really is the most wonderful time of the year, when the print shops are printing and the Chamber of Commerce memberships are suddenly doubling, and everyone is in good cheer. With those signs popping up everywhere and too many all candidates meetings to bear, with door knockers coming to call, and residents asking, who is this guy at my door? It's the happiest time of the year. There will be fundraisers for hosting and campaign platforms for toasting and Burma shaves out in the snow. Well, maybe not here, but probably somewhere. And there'll be scary ghost stories. Look, I thought about changing that one, but somehow it just seemed really appropriate. And tales of glories from elections from long, long ago. It's the most wonderful time of the year. There'll be much leaflet dropping and frenzied social media posting, and there's going to be so much fun for all. It's truly the most wonderful time of the year. But the best part of the whole thing is I'm not part of this one. I get to be here in this wonderful House. But all joking aside, Honourable Speaker, I want to wish all the candidates in the local municipal elections this year the best of luck, and remind everybody that local politics is truly the level of politics that affects every individual the most. It's your street, it's your child's school, your home. So make sure that you get out and vote during this most wonderful season of all.
Member for Prince George, Valemount.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Cancer is a terrifying word. All of us have been impacted by cancer in some way, including members of this legislature. In fact, I can vividly recall the day that our colleague and friend, the MLA for West Van Capilano, shared her news with us. Throughout her journey, she faced the battle with courage and determination, and in fact, I am thrilled to say that she was recently told that her latest mammogram was boring. Never have we been so happy to hear the word boring. The outcome might have been different, except for a letter sent to remind my colleague that it was time for her annual mammogram. Thankfully, she made the decision to do what she had been reminded many times was important: get her mammogram. The result of that decision ensured the early detection of an invasive form of breast cancer, and the rest is history. She is literally living proof that early detection saves lives. October is Breast Cancer Awareness Month, a time for all of us to celebrate the survivors, honor those who have lost their lives to this horrible disease, and do our part to share information and increase awareness. We know that currently 1 in every 8 women will be diagnosed with breast cancer in their lifetime. Breast cancer is still the most common cancer and the second leading cause of cancer death among Canadian women. There is more to do here in British Columbia to improve the outcomes of breast cancer for women in our province. We need to ensure that there is timely access to medical imaging and provide support, screening, and follow-up in every part of our province. While there is much more to do, some things we are certain about. Early detection saves lives. Regular screening is critical, and there are some risk factors that we can control. October is Breast Cancer Awareness Month. Together, let's do our part to ensure that every woman has access to the screening she needs and the support and care she deserves.
Member for Coquitlam, Burke Mountain.
Parents in Coquitlam, Burke Mountain have been waiting for a long time. And finally, this summer, they got the news they've been waiting for. I stood with the Premier and Education Minister as we announced $135 million for a new 1,000-seat Burke Mountain Secondary Middle School. School District 43 will contribute an additional $25 million. This $160 million school will support future students from grades 6 to 12. Construction will begin next year. Back in the fall of 2020, I stood with the Premier when he visited Coquitlam Burke Mountain. He promised funding for a new secondary middle school on Burke Mountain. And on August 30th, 2022, he delivered. Thank you, Premier. And thank you, Minister of Education and Finance Minister. Coquitlam families have been calling for more schools on Burke Mountain, and we are delivering, so students of all ages can receive a quality education close to home. Over the past 5 years, our government has approved nearly $300 million for 7 new, updated, expanded, and upgraded schools in School District 43. Our government has been working hard with parents, the school district, the city to bring those schools to fruition. I'm delighted to see the results of this plan paying off for families in Coquitlam and Burke Mountain. A special shout out to Burke Mountain parents, organizers Isabel Sylvester and Damien Stanley for their tireless efforts to let the voice of parents and students be heard, and to School District 43 board and staff for their efforts to move this project forward. Mr. Speaker, this was an excellent way to start the school year in Coquitlam Burke Mountain. I'm very proud of the work our government has done to date, and I'm excited as I know there's more to come. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Richmond North Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A bright future where all British Columbians with autism can reach their full potential is what this House must aspire to achieve. The vision of building that future is what brought together folks from my constituents of Richmond North Centre and beyond on September 25th at the Vancouver-Richmond Autism Speaks Canada Walk. Featuring a 1 kilometer walk alongside the gorgeous Riverside Trail on Sea Island in my riding, a stunning performance by a choir from the autism community and various local organizations supporting the event. The Richmond Autism Speaks Walk raised almost $50,000. I would like to thank everyone that volunteered, participated, and contributed to the cause of raising awareness, understanding, and promoting social inclusion and acceptance of people with autism. Special thanks to Krista Laham, National Manager of Community Events, and her staff for making this event possible. Autism Speaks Canada has raised hundreds of thousands of dollars and reached millions of people, as do many other organizations of various sizes that are working hard to build a kinder and inclusive society. Yet, we know that a lot more work needs to be done. People with autism, and in many cases, their loved ones, who work hard to put their right supports in place around them, need to be better supported. It is our responsibility to make sure that we empower and enable the autism community to prosper and contribute to a brighter British Columbia. Mr. Speaker, I encourage all members of this legislature to support and encourage their communities to participate in the local Autism Speak Canada Walk events and help build a better future for all. Thank you.
Honourable members, before we start the question period today, I have to deal with a very important and serious matter. Over the last couple of months, Rob Shaw started a kind of movement to have a cat in the house. He was encouraged and supported by the opposition House Leader, Minister of State for Infrastructure, and Minister of Finance, and many others. So I promised to Rob Shaw that, after receiving... He's there? So I promised to him that, after receiving his suggestion, that I'll have a very wide-based consultation, public consultation. So I did. I consulted with the Premier. I consulted with the Minister of Jobs and Economic Recovery. I consulted with the Minister of Health, consulted with the 4-year-old daughter of Member for Langley, and I consulted with the son of the Deputy Speaker, and many of other people as well in the opposition parties as well. So today, I have decided that we will have a cat. And is Raksha dancing there? Anyway, so our cat's name is going to be Macy Hansard. So, ladies and gentlemen, I was going to say brothers and sisters, members, I introduce to you today Macy Hansard. And just walk with me. Here it is. And this cat will be residing in my office and occasionally in Rob Shah's office. If anybody feels needs some cuddling, please come and visit her. And she's fully trained in counseling. Macy. Madam Clerk.
Oral questions by members?
Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, after 5 years of this health minister, our healthcare system is, to borrow a term from the Premier, crumbling. 1 million British Columbians waitlisted to see a specialist. The worst walk-in clinic wait times in the country. Hundreds of thousands of our neighbors and friends unable to get timely medical imaging. 1 in 5 British Columbians that cannot access a family physician, almost 1 million British Columbians. Hospitals in chaos, emergency rooms closed right across the province. People dying after 2 days on a stretcher in hospital waiting rooms. Ambulance delays that are literally costing people their lives. Now, in the real world, anybody overseeing such a compilation of failure would have been fired a long time ago. But there's been zero accountability in this NDP government, Mr. Speaker, and it's time for that to change. Will this health minister do the right thing today, accept responsibility for his government's appalling record of failure, and resign?
Minister of Health.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. And my reflection on this period of 2 public health emergencies is what extraordinary work healthcare workers have done around British Columbia. I think our record in challenging times as a jurisdiction, in response, in particular to COVID-19, has been without equal in the world, and I'm very proud of it. I'm very proud of everyone involved. I just note, for example, Honourable Speaker, that in March and April of 2020, as Minister of Health, I was responsible for one of the most difficult decisions I had to make, which was to delay tens of thousands of surgeries. 99% of those were made up, 99%. And surgical wait times were reduced in a time of pandemic, Honourable Speaker. We increased our capacity, and how do we do it? By adding anesthesiologists, by adding nurses, by adding medical processing technologists, by taking action. Equally in primary care, we had to take steps to maintain a system as a result of COVID-19 measures, and we did, changing fee codes and increasing the number of primary care visits. There is no question that, like every jurisdiction in the world, in every jurisdiction in Canada, our healthcare workers, our healthcare professionals, our healthcare teams, and patients are facing challenges they have not seen before. But since I've been Minister of Health, there are 38,000 more of them, doctors and nurses and nurse practitioners and health sciences professionals and healthcare workers who are making a difference for everybody. I'm proud of them, and I'm proud of the BC healthcare system while recognizing all of the things we have to do now, all of the things we have to do in primary care and surgery and diagnostics in long-term care to make it better.
Leader of the Official Opposition, supplemental.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it's not about the healthcare workers. We know they are doing exceptional work. It's about a system that this NDP government has overseen now for almost 6 years that is literally collapsing. Now, the minister can make all the excuses he wants, but results are what matter. He loves to cite all kinds of meaningless numbers in this House, but he ignores the numbers that matter. And the numbers that matter are outcomes and results, what people are actually seeing out of this healthcare system. The public has lost faith in useless announcements that don't result in any improved services or results. To take just one example, over 14 months ago, the minister made a big, flashy announcement claiming he was going to improve the ambulance response times. But things have actually gotten worse since that announcement 14 months ago. And yet, when the NDP were quick to fire the CEO of BC Ferries because of apparently some late ferry delays and some cancellations, at the same time they're protecting a minister who's overseeing a system where people are literally dying as a result of the lack of services that they're looking for when they need it in this province. Will the minister just wake up to the reality that the results we're getting are not working, and it's time for somebody, anybody in this government to accept responsibility for what's taking place?
Minister of Health.
Well, thank you, Honourable Speaker, and members of the House will know, and the Leader of the Opposition is a former Minister of Health. He will know this, that our ambulance service, BC Emergency Health Services, had 30% permanent staff when I became Minister of Health. A situation that put it maybe in the 20th century, maybe in the 19th century, in terms of organization, after 16 years, including some of them, with him as Minister of Health. Today, Honourable Speaker, because, Honourable Speaker, Honourable Speaker, we just heard a member of the opposition shout out about union members. He's referring to ambulance, paramedics and dispatchers, and you bet there are more of them. That bargaining unit, Honourable Speaker, that bargaining unit is increased by 26% because demand for ambulance 500 new full-time and part-time positions, Honourable Speaker. More ambulance response than ever before. We are facing a period of course, very significant challenges, Honourable Speaker. Members will know that. We went 1 year, 2020 to 2021, when we had 100,000 more calls on a 500,000 call base. And our ambulance paramedics, under the circumstances, have done an excellent job. We have to continue to build our ambulance service, adding full-time ambulance paramedics, adding air ambulances, which was essential during the pandemic when we flew hundreds of people from the north and saving lives every single day. And so, unlike the opposition, who refers to ambulance paramedics and dispatchers as just union members in a derisive way, Honourable Speaker, we believe in them. We know we need more of them. We know they deserve our support. We know they deserve our support when they're dealing with 2 public health emergencies, and they will continue to get it every single day.
Member for Prince George Valemount.
Well, thank you very much. What British Columbians know is that when they call 911 in British Columbia, there is no guarantee that an ambulance is coming. That's not about paramedics, that's about this minister and this government. And he did it again today. What British Columbians want this minister to do is acknowledge, for once, that we have a healthcare crisis. Every single part of the healthcare system is in crisis. Radiologists in the province are just the latest to feel they had no choice but to publicly beg for this minister to meet with them and to do something. They warned the minister that we are facing, and I quote, a tsunami of late-stage cancer cases because of delayed access to medical imaging for hundreds of thousands of people in British Columbia. Wait times of 2 months for a diagnostic breast exam, 2.5 months for mammograms, 3 months for biopsies, and over 1 year for screening ultrasounds. The minister knows this is completely unacceptable, and it is time that he accepted responsibility. British Columbians have lost confidence in this minister. Today, he needs to do the right thing, accept responsibility, and resign.
Minister of Health.
Well, Honourable Speaker, I would say, Honourable Speaker, that the one subject this opposition shouldn't be raising is diagnostic imaging. In the Northern Health Authority, which the member represents, they did 22 MRIs per 1,000 when I became Minister of Health, but a third of the health care they got in Ontario. And what have we done? We went from 174,000 MRI exams in 2016-17 to almost 300,000 in a pandemic, reducing left-time data. We added, Honourable Speaker, 220,000. That's 220,000 CT scans. Now, I admit, Honourable Speaker, I admit that the low base before that made that number seem bigger because it was a low base, Honourable Speaker. But we went from one of the bottom in the country to one of the top in the country in terms of diagnostic imaging. That is what the facts are, Honourable Speaker. Now, Honourable Speaker, I would agree with radiologists that we need to always do better, and I absolutely will meet with them and absolutely work to do better. But I would say this, Honourable Speaker, I would say this on this question, where people, especially in Northern Health, especially in Fraser Health, had levels of care below standard, Honourable Speaker, and that standard has been raised up. It's very surprising to hear the opposition who were the authors of a policy that allowed people to sit and wait or buy their own care to make this argument in this House.
Member for Prince George Valemount, supplemental.
Well, perhaps the minister's forgotten that the letter came from radiologists in British Columbia. And if he wants to talk about reality in Northern Health, then perhaps he should have been at the rally where nurses in Prince George said to this government and this minister, they are done. They expect him to do something. Let's talk about outcomes, because that is what matters. This province used to lead the country in cancer outcomes, but not anymore. Last year, a 32-year-old woman with a high genetic risk of developing breast cancer had an abnormal MRI, but it took 6 months for a breast biopsy to finally confirm the cancer. Surgery wasn't done for another 3 months after the diagnosis, a full 9 months from the abnormal imaging. Now the breast cancer is almost 6 centimeters in size, and now it requires both chemotherapy and radiation. The devastating personal result of a crumbling healthcare system that this minister continues to refuse to acknowledge. British Columbians expect better from their Minister of Health. They expect him to acknowledge a system that is going to collapse. So to the Minister of Health, will he listen to British Columbians who are crying out for this government to take action? Will he do the right thing today? Step aside and resign.
Here.
Minister of Health.
Well, thank you, Honourable Speaker. And action is what's required, Honourable Speaker. Action is what's required. When I became Minister of Health, we were last in Canada in registered nurses per capita. Last. You can't get any worse than last. Since then, we've led the country. In February, we announced new training positions for nurses across British Columbia. We made changes for internationally educated workers. Action. That's what people want. They want action. And that is what they're getting. Now, Honourable Speaker, the Leader of the Opposition was Minister of Health for 2 years. There were fewer registered nurses when he ended, than when he started, which is quite an achievement. Honourable Speaker. We have led the country more registered nurses, and we have to do more. That is why we're training more. That's why we're making it easier for internationally educated nurses to work here. That's why we're treating healthcare workers with respect, Honourable Speaker. That's why the people who provide care at the bedside and long-term care and acute care and in the community, healthcare assistants have been respected and added in the tens of thousands since I became Minister of Health, Honourable Speaker. Their policy was to disrespect them, to take away their rights, and to lay them off, Honourable Speaker. Our policy is to support healthcare workers because healthcare workers support patients.
Leader of the third party.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. My colleague and I spent the summer travelling around the province, meeting with doctors, specialists, nurses, mayors, councillors, and citizens. In Smithers, we heard how doctors are scrambling to do the job of 5 people. Every year they face budget cut after budget cut. Even the cream in their coffee has been taken away. In New Denver, ambulances aren't coming when they're needed because the single truck available in the region has been sent out for something else. In the Cowichan Valley and Saanich, patients with cancer are waiting months to receive treatment or being told they're likely not to see an oncologist before they die. In Nelson, emergency rooms are almost closing due to a shortage of nurses. In the interior and on the islands, ERs are closing on weekends and evenings because of this problem. We ran the numbers, 126 ER closures this year. The healthcare system is in crisis, and people are very concerned. But what we heard from people was not that they wanted blame assigned or fingers pointed. They wanted solutions brought forward. My question, Honourable Speaker, is to the Minister of Health. Here the Minister, I think, taking some responsibility for the state of healthcare in BC. But I'd like to hear from him, what does accountability for the state of healthcare in BC look like?
Minister of Health.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. And I think, Honourable Speaker, in the face of 2 public health emergencies that affected everybody in BC, and everybody in BC, just about everybody, has contributed to that response. And I think what we do and what we have to continue to do is work to ensure that our healthcare system provides the care for patients they need when they need it. So on surgeries, that meant 84 different measures, Honourable Speaker. 84 different measures to reduce wait times, adding new nurses, new anesthesiologists, new medical processing technologists, so that people would get care sooner. In long-term care, it meant 90% of care homes were below the government's own standards, Honourable Speaker. Their own standards, and they stayed that way for 10 years after the standards were left. We've raised those standards in long-term care to meet that standard. We had, in British Columbia, 90 care homes that were under 3 hours per resident day. There are none today because of the action that we took, Honourable Speaker, and that makes a real difference for people. We've increased and improved diagnostic care. And during the pandemic, when we needed to hire 1,500 contact tracers, we found them and we hired them. When we need to put up the biggest immunization program in history, a program that has saved tens of thousands and more lives, Honourable Speaker, we found the staff and we did it. I think that's accountability. I think that's responding. And I think we have to acknowledge as well that the demand on our healthcare system in an aging population is growing and will continue to grow. And that's why we presented on, Honourable Speaker, on Thursday, a Health Human Resources Plan for the coming years that will focus on retention of our existing healthcare workers, recruitment, training, Honourable Speaker, and the redesign of a system to ensure, Honourable Speaker, that the next generation, as this generation has at time of challenge, gets the care they need. That, Honourable Speaker, is the approach we take. It's action and it's a response.
Thank you, Mr. President. Leader of the third party, supplemental.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. And I hear the list of actions. I'm not sure it really speaks to the question of accountability, and particularly hearing from mayors at UBCM recently. The question that kept getting put to us in meetings is who's responsible for the fact that the ambulance doesn't come? Who's responsible for the ER not being open when I need it? Where's the accountability in this system? Where does it rest? The healthcare crisis we are in absolutely is not something that happened overnight. It's years of mismanagement, it's years of cuts, it's years of health emergencies, and like many issues we face, it's too big for one person. The Premier recently said, good ideas come from all sides of the House. And just a couple weeks ago at UBCM, every party leader in this House gave speeches on the importance of collaboration and working across party lines. British Columbians do not want healthcare to be used as a political football. British Columbians want to know that all of us, and we are all committed to this, all of us are committed to solving this crisis. Honourable Speaker, my question is to the Premier. Will he strike an all-party working group on healthcare?
Premier.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Thank you, Honourable Speaker, and I thank the Leader of the Green Party for her question. And the notion of collaboration, which all of us, the member, official leader of the official opposition, the Green Party leader, and myself, spoke about to the Union of BC Municipalities last week, remains true today as true today as it was last week. The challenges we face are profound. The challenges on human resource side, which we've heard from the official opposition this morning, are absolutely the same in Alberta, the same in Saskatchewan, the same in Ontario, the same in Quebec. And that's why all of the premiers of Canada from all political parties have said we need to collaborate all orders of government, which includes local governments. We've had ideas and suggestions and proposals coming forward to myself, to the Minister of Health, and others, and we continue to work on those, Honourable Speaker. The challenge is, of course, that we have already seen tremendous collaboration on some significant issues on all sides of this House. We're going to be talking, I'm sure, I'm hopeful, about repeat offenders in a few moments as other questions come forward. What did we do to start that work? We collaborated together looking at the Police Act for the first time in 50 years. Not the government, not the opposition, not the Green Party, all of us. When called upon to do something more about the challenges with one of the healthcare crises the minister talked about, the opioid crisis, we have an all-party committee doing that very work. So the collaboration on a bunch of issues is happening. But if we are going to address the challenges in healthcare, which the minister's been talking about, which the official opposition has raised, we need a national response. And that's not finger-pointing, Honourable Speaker. That's saying to our partners, we need to do this together. A human resource strategy in British Columbia is going forward despite the absence of the federal government. But if we're going to be successful in every corner of this country, we have to have a Prime Minister, a Finance Minister in Ottawa, and a national government that understands and recognizes the issues that the Leader of the Official Opposition raised, the issues that the Interim Leader of the Opposition raised, and the issues that have been raised about accountability and what are we going to do together to solve these challenges for the people of British Columbia and Canada. We can't do it by ourselves. Good ideas do come from every honourable member, and they should be heading to Ottawa because we need to have the federal government with us, shoulder to shoulder, to solve these profound issues.
Member for West Vancouver, Capilano.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On July 9th, a woman was admitted at Lionsgate Hospital for possible heart problems. But instead of getting the help she needed, she spent 2 days lying on a stretcher in an overcrowded waiting room. By mid-afternoon of July 11th, 2 days later, she was found unresponsive by a family member and later died. This is what Adrian Gear of the BC Nurses Union said about this tragedy, quote, "Nurses are upset. They're angry. They feel this is something that absolutely could have and should have been prevented. This has happened at the Lionsgate ER, but this could be honestly any emergency room in the province at this point." And what was the Minister of Health's reaction? The minister downplayed what happened, claiming that the woman received, quote, "significant care." Now, I can't imagine that having anyone in your family die on a stretcher in an overcrowded waiting room should ever be considered significant care. This province deserves a health minister that prioritizes outcomes. Will this minister do the right thing, stand up and resign?
Minister of Health.
Thank you, Honourable Chair, and as members of the House will know, when individual cases come forward, we don't comment in a specific sense about those cases. But what I would say here, and what I was referring to, was the care provided by doctors and specialists and nurses, in this case, in the Lionsgate Hospital, Honourable Speaker. There are issues, especially, Honourable Speaker, in that period, in terms of having people leave the emergency room and go up to the wards. It's why it is so important that we have a healthcare system that allows them to do that, that allows people to have supports in the community so that we have room on the wards. But in that case, we went through in detail that issue with the Vancouver Coastal Health staff, Honourable Speaker. I think for the family, Honourable Speaker, there is absolutely nothing to be said. It is absolutely tragic when someone passes away, particularly in those circumstances. And that's why we have to do exactly what we're doing, Honourable Speaker, which is in a very challenging time for the healthcare system. Add healthcare staff, train more, recruit more, so that patients get the care they deserve, not in a location that clearly is not acceptable, Honourable Speaker, but get that care in their own room where it should be in a hospital like Lionsgate. That's what I said at the time. I expressed my profound sadness at the time. Nobody downplayed anything. And to suggest that we're doing that, Honourable Speaker, for the sake of political rhetoric, I don't think is the right path.
Opposition House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, the disconnect between what the minister is saying here today, frankly, what he says on most days, and what's actually happening out there in communities is breathtaking. In every corner of this province, people are suffering. They're unable to access basic health care services like accessing a family doctor. In my hometown of Kamloops, over 40,000 residents are without a family doctor today. The time for action is long overdue, but all we're getting from the minister are empty words and empty announcements. And the bottom line is that his results as Minister of Health are terrible. Mr. Speaker, enough is enough. That's the message from British Columbians across this province. Enough is enough. Surely this minister knows that he's failing, and nothing that he's tried, nothing that he throws at this, no announcement that he puts out there, none of it is working. So will he do the honourable thing and resign as the Minister of Health, or is he going to wait for the next Premier to fire him?
Minister of Health.
Well, thank you, Honourable Speaker, and through you to the Opposition House Leader. I would say that what people in BC deserve is action, and that's what they're getting, Honourable Speaker. We've gone, Honourable Speaker, from 0 urgent and primary care centers to 29, who serve 1.4 million people, who have, Honourable Speaker, 370 staff in them, Honourable Speaker. We've added 59 primary care networks, who have 1,210 staff in them, Honourable Speaker. More than 200 of those staff to support principally family practice doctors and nurse practitioners to support people dealing with issues of mental health and addiction. More than 200 added net to primary care networks because that is what doctors said they needed, Honourable Speaker. We've added, Honourable Speaker, surgeries, surgical nurses, anesthesiologists, medical processing technologists, such, Honourable Speaker, that those wait times have gone down. And, Honourable Speaker, there are significant challenges in these times of pandemic, and it's why we're taking action everywhere, Honourable Speaker, to support primary care, to support patients in getting the care they need and deserve in the community. That's why we've taken the actions we've taken since 2017, when BC was below everybody else in key categories, to raise up those standards, why we've taken actions during the pandemic to address the very serious challenges facing all aspects of our healthcare system, and it's why we're taking action now, Honourable Speaker. And so I would say to the Honourable Member, in Kamloops and everywhere else, and in Kamloops especially, where they've seen more challenges than anyone else, because of all of the events that occurred, Honourable Speaker, when they see more challenges, we need to continue to do what we're doing, which is to add nurses, to add doctors, to add health sciences professionals, so that people get the care that they deserve.
Member for Kamloops North Thompson.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And today we've heard example after example, and it's like the minister doesn't seem to want to acknowledge that this is what's actually happening in people's everyday lives in the healthcare system in British Columbia. On August 25th, in Barrier, in my riding, tragically an 8-month-old baby lost their life waiting for an ambulance. According to Troy Clifford of the ambulance paramedics, he says, quote, "We didn't have an ambulance available for somebody in their time of need," end quote. That's the reality of what's happening in our paramedic system right now, Mr. Speaker. They're burned out. 30% are reporting feeling burned out. 30%. We have acute shortages of ambulance across this province, and this minister keeps standing up, trying to make it sound like he's done everything possible and he's having nothing but great success. He's not. He's failing by every single measure. It's putting a stress on the family that loses the baby. It's putting the stress on the healthcare workers that have to stand by and watch that unfold, be it the first responder, be it a nurse, be it a radiologist, be it a family doctor. They're all feeling the stress under this minister's failure over the last 5 years of the healthcare system. When will this minister stand up, do the right thing, for once take accountability for something happening under his watch? I'll remind the minister, most of the health authority boards were appointed by this minister over the last 5 years. This is a direct result of his lack of action and his lack of accountability. When will this minister take the proper responsibility and do the right thing, the honourable thing, and resign?
Here, here. Minister of Health.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. We started this question period, at least I did, talking about patients and healthcare workers and healthcare professionals. The difficulties it causes when people don't get the care that they need, the challenges of being in a pandemic and the overdose public health emergencies, and the exceptional steps that have been taken to address these difficult times. And the opposition, of course, is doing what I guess oppositions do, which is to talk about politics. Well, Honourable Speaker, I don't agree with that approach, Honourable Speaker. I don't agree with that approach. Well, Honourable Speaker, in every case, when tragedies occur, whatever the circumstances, and we can't, as the member will well know, talk about the circumstances. It is awful. It is beyond awful for the family in question. And we, if we're a caring society, grieve with them and take every step we can to improve a public health care system which serves us well, but can serve us better. And I'm going to continue to give everything I have on behalf of a government that will give everything that we have to support a public health care system that gives care to people. We'll continue to do that, Honourable Speaker, continue to provide the support we need, continue to transform the system, continue to break down barriers, continue to provide support for people. Because it's those patients and those doctors and those nurses and those health sciences professionals, those healthcare workers that provide care for patients that matter, Honourable Speaker. And that is what I am focused on in this time, improving care for everybody.
The bell ends question period. Member for Nichaco Lakes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's a pleasure to rise with the conversation course that just happened in question period. I rise to present a petition signed by 410 people from my riding, from the area of Fraser Lake, including the Notley, Witen, and Stalatin First Nations, requesting 7-day-a-week ambulance coverage for the area. Mr. Speaker, the people in the area deserve a timely response and professionally trained paramedics who respond during emergency care needs.
Members, I have the honour of tabling several reports. First one, Auditor General Report, Oversight of Major Mines, Policy and Procedures to Address Environmental Risk, June 2022. Auditor General Report, BC's COVID-19 Response Community Economic Resilience Grants, June 2022. Auditor General Report 2122, June 22. Conflict of Interest Commissioner Annual Report 2021. Opinion of the Conflict of Interest Commissioner pursuant to Section 19(1) of the Members' Conflict of Interest Act in the matter of an application by Lauren Dorkson, MLA Caribou Chilcotin, with respect to alleged contraventions of the Members' Conflict of Interest Act by the Honourable Josie Osborne, MLA, Mid-Island Pacific Rim, and Minister of Land, Water and Resource Stewardship, August 30, 2022. Human Rights Commissioner Annual Report 2021-22 and Service Plan 2022-23, 2024-25. Information and Privacy Commissioner Annual Report 2021-2022. Registrar of Lobbyists Annual Report 2021-2022. Representative for Children and Youth, a Parent's Responsibility, Government's Obligation to Improve the Mental Health Outcomes of Children in Care, September 2022, and Annual Report 2021-2022 and Service Plan 2022-23 to 2024-25, and the Electoral Boundaries Commission Preliminary Report. Member for Burnaby North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour to present the second report of the Select Standing Committee on Finance and Government Services for the third session of the 42nd Parliament, titled Report on Budget 2023 Consultation. I move that the report be taken as read and received.
Seeing no other speakers, you heard the question. All those in favour indicate aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carried. Member.
Mr. Speaker, I ask leave of the House to move a motion to adopt the report.
Shall leave be granted? Aye. Proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In moving adoption of the report, I would like to make some brief comments. The annual budget consultation is an important exercise of democracy that allows British Columbians to share their views, ideas, and priorities for the upcoming provincial budget. From May 30th to June 24th, British Columbians provided thoughtful and passionate recommendations on a range of issues, including health, the environment, housing, and many others. During this process, we heard 306 presentations, received 372 written submissions, and 861 survey responses. On behalf of the committee, I would like to express our sincere appreciation to everyone who took the time to participate. Your contributions directly informed the committee's 216 recommendations for the 2023 provincial budget. In making these recommendations, the committee recognizes concerns of unaffordability, the rising cost of living, and access to health care that are top of mind for many British Columbians. We also highlight the impact of climate change and the urgent need to increase mitigation and resiliency across sectors and communities. Throughout the consultation, British Columbians put forward many thoughtful and creative solutions to address the challenges facing the province. Committee members appreciate these ideas and acknowledge the need for solutions to reflect unique local circumstances and incorporate local and Indigenous knowledge rather than adopting a one-size-fits-all approach. Further, we highlight the need for increased data collection in many areas to better inform policy and decision-making. I would like to take this opportunity to thank all committee members, especially the committee, the deputy chair, the member for West Vancouver Capilano, for their support and work on this consultation and for their thoughtful contributions and discussions during deliberations. Recognizing the significance and range of concerns and priorities brought forward by British Columbians during this consultation, committee members worked hard to review, engage with, and discuss each of these issues. As members of this House are likely aware, there is a considerable amount of work behind the scenes to conduct a consultation of this scope. On behalf of the committee, I would like to acknowledge and extend our appreciation to Legislative Assembly staff for their work on this consultation. From the Parliamentary Committee's office, thank you to Jennifer Errol, Artur Sogomonian, Mary Newell, Katie Stickle, Natalie Beaton, Jesse Gordon, Jonathan Hamilton, Victor Lucy, Jian Ding Bai, and Emma Curtis. From IT, thank you to Darren Parfit and Mafuj Enam. And from Hansard Services, thank you to Amanda Heffelfinger, Simon Delat, Dwight Schmidt, Billy Young, and the entire Hansard Broadcasting, Transcribing, and Publishing team. Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Member for West Vancouver, Capilano.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for the opportunity to speak to the budget recommendations for 2023. And I would like to echo what the member from Burnaby North has said in terms of the extraordinary work that we saw with staff, the support of staff, and also to thank all of the public for their many submissions and being able to hear more about what's happening in unique parts of British Columbia. This was my first time being involved in this consultation, and I found it extremely valuable. What stood out during, or the process was, I'll say for the most part, very collegial with significant agreements in many areas. And what stood out during this consultation was that British Columbians are concerned about worsening affordability and quality of life. We heard from individuals and groups calling for urgent action, from the overburdened healthcare system to lack of affordable housing, and the underfunding for children and youth with support needs required to address wait lists. These are issues, Mr. Speaker, that the opposition has been pressing government to solve for a long time as our proposed solutions continue to be dismissed. Public consultation is important. True democracy relies on governments listening and acting on that consultation. Consultation without true engagement on issues that matter to British Columbians is meaningless. The opposition is calling on the government to accept the following report recommendations in an urgent and timely way. Conduct an immediate review of primary care to determine how the existing system can more effectively serve the community, increase access to longitudinal care, identify and resolve issues, and identify opportunities to improve navigation for the public. Incentivize the private sector to be innovative in creating, addressing the low housing stock. Ensure any changes for children and youth with support needs are fully funded to provide appropriate resources and eliminate wait lists. take action immediately to address pay equity for women, invest in funding for literacy education, including digital and financial literacy, enhance capacity to address mining and natural resource permitting, backlogs to ensure predictable timelines. We were all pleased on this side of the House to hear about the implementation of a split assessment model is something that we have been asking for quite some time. Prioritize the enactment of prompt payment legislation that's inclusive of lien reform and adjudication, and provide increased predictable multi-year funding to the community social services sector, including administrative funding and supports to address compensation challenges. These are all recommendations which we agreed as a committee and are contained in the budget recommendations. Now, some of the report recommendations echo private members' bills, which the opposition has proposed multiple times, such as the Equal Pay Report Act and the Assessment Amendment Act. So it is time for government to take people's concerns seriously, set their priorities right, and deliver tangible results. Mr. Speaker, if all the members of the committee all agreed with everything they heard, there would be no need for government and for opposition. So you'll not be surprised if I do mention some recommendations that were heard but excluded from the report, but we think is important to the province of BC. Supporting all childcare providers, including independent ones, to be part of the overall system and ensure the efficient and equitable rollout of $10 a day childcare for British Columbians. Return the carbon tax to revenue neutrality to put money back in the pockets of British Columbians and support trade-exposed industries with decarbonization projects. Recognize and conduct a full review of the impact of this government's taxes on businesses, and ensure farmers are not double billed for MSP and EHT for seasonal workers. The government's members' reluctance to engage in some of these issues speaks volumes about the lack of intention and capability to provide help and deliver true results for British Columbians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Members, the question is the adoption of the report. All those in favour say aye. Opposed? Motion carried. Madam Clerk.
Orders of the day.
Government House Leader.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I call second reading debate Bill 26.
Minister of Environment and Climate Change Strategy.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker, and it gives me great pleasure to rise and speak to Bill 26. The amendment of the Environmental Management Act, and I would also like to note that I am the designated speaker for second reading of this bill. Bill 26 is important for a number of reasons, a number of important administrative factors that will allow conservation officers to do their job more effectively, more efficiently, to provide greater protection for the public interest, and to ensure that the intent of the legislation is completely reflected in the language of the legislation. But it's also going to give me great pleasure to speak to this bill because it's an opportunity to talk about not just the words that are in the bill and what they will mean in terms of enforcement, but also to speak to the proud history of the Conservation Officer Service, at one point many, many years ago known as game wardens, the role they play in the community, the challenges they face, the important interactions they have with members of the public, as well as the strong educational role they play. But let me speak to some of the specifics of the amendment. What we want to do with Bill 26 is ensure that conservation officers are able to do their work more efficiently and more effectively. So what this amendment says on its face is that evidence collected by conservation officers in the course of an investigation can now be held for up to 12 months. That means that when conservation officers seize evidence, they will be able to take the time that's necessary to properly process the evidence, to consider it, to provide it to the court in an acceptable manner and form, and to ensure that the timetables and schedules and delays that are sometimes encountered in the course of the justice system don't interrupt this important flow. This can often take much longer than the 3 months, and this timeline has regularly been exceeded. That's the timeline of 3 months that we are seeking to amend with this bill. And so what that means is that conservation officers will frequently end up having to go back to court, sometimes as many as 3 times before the 12-month mark, in order to get extensions. That takes up their time. That could be better spent pursuing the investigation or doing other duties of the many, many duties they have over the large areas they routinely cover and are responsible for. And it also, of course, takes up time in the court system, valuable time, time that the court could better spend addressing cases that come before it and meeting the public's expectation that the courts will operate efficiently, effectively, and address the issues of public safety that the courts exist to protect, as well as to ensure that justice is done. So this is not new. At one point, conservation officers had the authority to retain evidence for up to 12 months for a day of seizure. And in the course of updating legislation, as we all know often happens, sometimes a detail, a consequential reference is omitted, and what we all understood to be the case and intended to be the case and knew needed to be the case, all of a sudden, if you look at it carefully with a strict legal eye, is no longer absolutely clear. And of course, the administration of justice and the enforcement of laws by those people, like conservation officers charged with upholding and enforcing the laws, needs to be absolutely clear and explicit. So this amendment will return the previously held authority of conservation officers that evidence can be retained for up to 12 months from the day of seizure. And returning this authority will allow, it'll alleviate time in the courts. It will alleviate time spent by conservation officers seeking an extension and other affected parties, so that need to take part in hearings for time extensions. It will, in short, ensure that conservation officers can do their job, that the public interest is protected, and that court time and resources are used appropriately and well spent. Now, let me talk a little bit about the process here. For instance, after seizing an electronic device, conservation officers require forensic experts to extract data from those devices and provide it to the court in an acceptable manner. And we all know, Honourable Speaker, that when people see anything in the course of the administration of justice that calls into question acceptable process, whether all of the procedures were followed, whether all of the aspects of the law were properly addressed, they have the ability to call into question how that court proceeding takes place and whether evidence should be allowed and whether the proper administration of justice can, in effect, be redirected through administrative error or technicality. And that's why it's so important for conservation officers, for our system, for forensic experts to take the time necessary to do things right, to extract data that could be important evidence, to provide that data to the court in an acceptable manner. And we know, Honourable Speaker, that these methods take time. In fact, for probably most members of this House, except those of us who may have extensive background in technology, particularly information technology, the process of extracting data from hard drives or electronic devices, whether they be mobile ones or computers, is kind of a mystery. But I know that I am gratified that there are people who specialize in this, who are expert in this, and I should add, expert in this on the right side of the law, and that they are using these skills and talents to ensure that where there is evidence of wrongdoing, evidence of potential harm to people, to communities, to the environment, that they're able to go into these devices and dig for the kind of evidence that conservation officers know they need to provide the court in order to make their case. So what happens currently, because this work, first of all, there is high demand for forensic experts. It's not like conservation officers can snap their fingers and get somebody they need to do the work immediately. These people are in high demand, and often there is a queue, a wait for their services. So it can take longer than 3 months to get the data, and it can also depend on the amount of data that's stored, and whether and how it's been stored, and whether it has been hidden or masked or encrypted in some way. So this process takes time. So currently, with the 3-month limit that we're seeking to amend to 12 months, near the 3-month marks, conservation officers have to notify the party who the item was seized from that there will be a court hearing. Conservation officers have to apply to the courts for an opportunity to be heard, and then to provide evidence to the hearing, at the hearing, as to why a continued detention of a seized item is required, because the specification in reading the Act in its current form as amended leads one to believe that 3 months is the limit, because that was an extended reference that was inadvertently missed. So this takes time. It takes time to notify the party, takes time to prepare the case for an extension. It takes time to prepare for what one might expect from someone whose devices have been seized in order to find evidence that they are guilty of a violation of the law or a crime. They certainly would, I expect, have an interest in not seeing those devices held for longer, because potentially the retention of those devices and the further examination of them could in fact lead to their acquittal or to the charges being dismissed or not heard. And so it is important that conservation officers, in preparing a case for an extension, do it thoroughly, which takes time, that they anticipate and lawyers anticipate the case or objections that might be raised to holding this material for a longer period of time. And then they, of course, have to go to court. And they have to provide the evidence that's required of the court. And they have to do all this work to prepare for court, to anticipate what they might face in court, to consult with lawyers, and to go to court to achieve the extension, which fortunately is granted in all cases, to my knowledge. The conservation officers are good at their jobs, they do a thorough job, they ensure that when they go to court they provide the evidence that's needed. But my point here, Mr. Speaker, and I think it's a point that all members of this House would agree with, is wouldn't we rather have conservation officers focusing on interacting with the community, with protecting people from dangerous encounters with wildlife, protecting wildlife from dangerous encounters with humans, educating children and parents and community members about the dangers of
of having food attractants that aren't properly secured, that lure bears into habitable areas and then habituate them to these food sources and ultimately lead to their destruction. Not through the bear's fault or any animal's fault, but because people often aren't aware of the consequences of their action or their carelessness. And that's an important role played by conservation officers, to which I'll return in some time. Those aren't the only duties performed by conservation officers, but that's what we want them to focus on, as well as enforcing our laws around wildlife, as well as enforcing our laws about pollution, as well as investigating incidents of pollution, particularly where there may be some thought that there was negligence or wrongdoing in accordance with the law, and that the conservation officers should therefore do a thorough job of that investigation, protecting our environment and protecting the public interest, and upholding the laws that they are sworn to administer, laws they take very seriously. And I think all members of this House and all members of the public would likely agree that what we really want and need to see from conservation officers is to prepare their material for a court case, particularly if it involves the examination of electronic devices or other equipment that has to be seized and held in order to gather the evidence to present before a court, so a court can properly ascertain whether there is guilt or innocence, and if there's guilt, what the degree of it is. We want them doing that once. We don't want them doing that 4 times when once is good enough. We want to ensure that their time, as well as the time of the courts, is used properly and effectively. And as I've said, Honourable Speaker, our system of justice is fair. It provides accusers and officers of the law, as conservation officers are, the ability to make a case, the ability to arrest, the ability to seize material, the ability to go to court to talk about what they believe has happened, and to provide evidence to support that belief, and to let the court determine. But in addition to that, the person who's had items seized, the person who is being investigated, the person who has been charged and who is likely to go to court, of course can make arguments about whether their rights are being unnecessarily infringed upon with further holding of devices or evidence. And that's why, Honourable Speaker, it takes time, because those rights are now available to people essentially every 3 months. Justices might decide to, for instance, only order 1 3-month extension or no 3-month extension. The justice may wonder why it is taking so long. But every time a conservation officer and our justice system has to consider whether an extension needs to be granted for the holding of evidence, it detracts from the work of the conservation officer's service. It detracts from the time and attention of the courts to other pressing matters. And it runs the risk that an investigation, which has entailed sometimes many, many, many hours, for instance, an investigation into alleged poaching might involve hundreds of hours of investigation. And part of that investigation, of course, is examination of evidence that's been seized. It may be examination of devices. All of those are entailed. And to run the risk of having that case never heard because a justice has been convinced that an extension is unreasonable, or something slips up in the administrative process of preparing the material in the case for an extension, it's dangerous, frankly, in my opinion, to the protection of the public interest that conservation officers are sworn to and attempting to perform every day. So once an investigation is completed, the conservation officers submit a report to Crown Counsel recommending charges. And until a decision is made on a charge approval by Crown Counsel, conservation officers are required to hold seized evidence. And we know the court systems, as much as we want them to be a just-in-time system, we know that can't be. There are many people before the courts. There are many demands on public services. And while it's important for the administration of justice to be timely, timeliness takes some time in many instances. And so it's important that conservation officers have the ability to hold seized evidence. The timelines for completing an investigation and preparing a report to Crown Counsel, and then Crown Counsel making the decision on a charge approval regularly, Honourable Speaker, exceeds a 3-month time period for environmental offences. This is not uncommon. This is, in fact, common. It's the experience. It is the way things work. And therefore, to have a 3-month time limit on the holding of evidence and a requirement to suspend other work on an investigation or other investigations or protection of the public interest in order to go back to court and seek an extension really is, Honourable Speaker, problematic. It's not in the public interest. It's not in the interest of justice. It's not in the interests of protecting the environment. It's not in the interests of conservation officers who are already stretched thin. And again, Honourable Speaker, I'll talk about that in a few moments. It's difficult for them to have to turn their attention to duties that are required under the laws that exist now, which we are seeking to change with this bill, but it is difficult for them to turn away, even temporarily, even for a short period of time, from the many pressing issues they must deal with on behalf of the public of British Columbia. And to have to go back to court potentially 3 times before the 12-month mark to apply for further detention of seized material and evidence simply makes no sense. It's not in the public interest. It is fairness to the accused does not hang on this. The system provides fairness, but the public interest provides that cases and investigations on which those cases are based go forward, that people can be assured that when conservation officers are working based on their tax dollars to investigate violations of the law or to protect the environment, that the work they put in will be fruitful, that it won't be derailed on administrative technicalities. It won't be derailed because something had to be prepared to meet a time limit and it wasn't possible to do that, or it was missed, or the court made a decision for whatever reason that does not allow that investigation to be completed in the sense of a case for charges being presented and then the charges going ahead if that is the decision of Crown Counsel. So some justices may give a 3-month extension, some may give a 6-month extension, some may give a 9-month extension. It is possible a justice could extend on the first request for the full 12 months, but it's certainly not guaranteed. What is guaranteed is that having to return to court takes court time. It takes the time of the the affected party who's being investigated, and which may also not be fair. And of course, it takes the time of conservation officers. So restoring the legislation back to the 12-month initial detention period relieves all of the preparation time, the notification time, the application time, the hearing time that's involved in the justice making their decision about whether to grant an extension that under the old legislation and many other pieces of legislation is routinely set at 12 months. That's frankly a delay and an amount of time that's just simply unnecessary and not warranted. It interferes with the administration of justice. It's undue infringement on the important time and role of conservation officers play in our communities, and it just doesn't work. So that's why it's important to make this amendment. But in making the amendment, and in talking about the amendment being needed so conservation officers can play the important role in their community, I think it's also important to talk a little bit about the importance of the conservation officer service in British Columbia, the kind of work they do to protect the environment, to protect wildlife and fish, to protect British Columbian people, and as well as the safety of people, because that's actually the work that we're talking about, ensuring that conservation officers can maximize without having to do unnecessary administrative work in preparation for court. So the Conservation Officer Service has been doing that work, protecting the environment, looking after the safety of British Columbians, ensuring that poaching doesn't take place, and that if it does take place, people are held accountable. There's a range of other duties that conservation officers perform now in terms of investigating all kinds of environmental pollution or other acts that threaten the environment, whether there are spills, whether it's illegal dumping, whether it is any form of unlawful act on the land base. But in over 115 years ago, in 1905, the Conservation Officer Service started as the Game Warden Service. And as I said, there's been a tremendous evolution over the years, and our Conservation Officer Service is a leading natural resource law enforcement agency, and it specializes in public safety related to human-wildlife conflict, and responsibilities include managing complex commercial, environmental, and industrial investigations and compliance and enforcement services. I'll offer one example of this among many. We all remember the tragic collapse of the Mount Pauly tailings dam almost 10 years ago now. There was huge impact on the lake and river system. There was huge impact on fisheries. There was a huge public outcry at the horror of the visual images of this slurry of toxic tailings that escaped the tailings dam and moved into the river and lake system. And people wanted accountability. And there was a long and complex investigation into this conducted by the Department of Fisheries and Ocean federally and the Conservation Officer Service of British Columbia. In this case, and cases like this, Honourable Speaker, the Conservation Officer Service effectively functions as a form of what is a police service. They are public safety officers, but they function, they investigate, They're trained to investigate. They gather evidence. They sift through evidence. They consider evidence, and they have as important a role as the police do in municipalities around BC in preparing a case for a Crown Council consideration. And the Conservation Officer Service of British Columbia put more than 2 years into this. And the decision was made because in order to gather enough evidence that British Columbia's statute of limitations of 2 years was not enough time to create all the evidence needed to make a case. Further to that, of course, federal legislation provided for greater penalties, more meaningful penalties as both deterrents and a message if those are warranted in a court proceeding. And there is no statute of limitations for those federal charges. So the Conservation Officer Service focus, and many people at the time in 2017 said, why were charges not pressed? And there were a variety of reasons for that in British Columbia, but it was always the intent of British Columbia and the Conservation Officer Service to work with federal authorities to prepare the most comprehensive, thoughtful, fair, obviously fair, package of material that could be considered by federal justice authorities to decide whether that case should proceed to court. And it's such a complex investigation that the federal authorities are still considering that. We all, of course, eagerly await a decision being made on that. But I know that the work put into preparing the case and the evidence and the material so that British Columbians and other Canadians could be assured that an event of that magnitude, that an event of that severity, if it was caused by negligence, to whatever degree, that there would be a case created and evidence gathered that would allow our justice system to make that determination. And the very fact that we have a Conservation Officer Service that will do investigations like that, I think, Honourable Speaker, speaks to the importance that our Conservation Officer Service has and plays in protecting the public interest on every level. Most people, and I would say this probably included myself before spending time talking to conservation officers about their work, learning more about their work as the minister responsible, think of conservation officers that we see in our community, conservation officers we've met, conservation officers we see on the news if there is an animal that is, or animals that are habituated and creating a dangerous conflict or potential conflict situations for humans and communities, whether it be the stories we heard of coyotes in Stanley Park, bears that become habituated to garbage in forest interface communities. That's what we think of. And those who have been fortunate enough to hear from conservation officers in schools and get some education about the work they do and about the risks that are faced by humans if we don't ensure that we don't think or act like it's somehow a favor or a good thing to feed wild animals. I think we've all seen the signs that say a fed bear is a dead bear. People don't initially start out doing these things out of ill will, although they may well start out of a lack of information and a form of ignorance. And conservation officers have an important educational role to play in ensuring that people have the knowledge they need to protect themselves, to protect their communities, to protect their children, and of course to protect the animals who have a right to exist in their natural habitat. We have moved in, as we have to when we establish communities, to areas that at one point are completely wild. They're wild and they're available for the animals to roam in freely. When that changes, we need to ensure that enough of their habitat is protected, that they can live, they can hunt, they can feed themselves, and they can feel free from threat. And when we engage in behaviors that invite them, and sometimes it's not even a matter of inviting animals. If there's a scarcity of food, they will go looking. And if one of the places they go looking is people's backyards with unsecured garbage, that's where they'll find food. And that's where they'll get used to food. And that's, of course, where there'll be a potential threat to humans and children and others for a variety of reasons. And that's why the educational role of conservation officers is so important. One of the things I do as minister, and it's why it's so important to me to ensure that we amend this act with this bill to ensure that we are not essentially demanding that conservation officers spend large amounts of administrative time returning to court to have an order that should be for 12 months in the first place, and this bill seeks to make 12 months, constantly extended, and all the work that has to be done to prepare that material. One of the reasons I feel strongly that we need to do this is what I hear regularly when I go every year to the Union of BC Municipalities Convention. And one of the things my ministry does, there are a number of functions that are integral to local government, whether it is approving waste management, whether it is helping municipalities deal with a number of the challenges they have with remediation and remediation approvals as they seek to expedite housing or economic development, but also in rural communities, the Conservation Officer Service. It's one of the things people identify as a key government service for a variety of reasons, whether it is the interaction of Conservation Officer Service with members of the community, whether it is the education provided by conservation officers in the school system, whether it is the sense of security people have when they know a conservation officer can respond quickly to a threat or a danger from wildlife, from human-wildlife conflict, whether it is people's frustration that polluters are going unchallenged or uninvestigated or unticketed, if they believe that because there isn't a conservation officer in the area that they can get away with stuff. What I hear from local government is, why isn't there a conservation officer in our town? And it's an important question because conservation officers provide so many services, some of which I've outlined, others of which I'll talk about, and we do our best. The truth is that it would be great to have a conservation officer in every small community in British Columbia, but as members of this House know, despite the fact that I'm very proud of the fact that we have raised the budget for conservation officers, we've increased the number of conservation officers, we have trained more people to be conservation officers, and we've built a better service, we've had to go to a regional response model. And we constantly assess that against the number of calls received by the Conservation Officer Service for assistance, and we adjust as necessary, but we place our conservation officers in the communities where there is the highest risk, and in other cases, we locate them strategically on a regional basis, and hopefully so that when there is a call, they are able to respond as quickly as possible and respond with support, because not every situation in which a conservation officer inserts themselves is a safe one, and we want to ensure they're safe. But the message that I get from local government, they accept that. They're reassured that we don't make arbitrary decisions about where officers will be stationed, that if the number of calls to the service goes up in an area, that we will notice it and we will prioritize and rank that and respond to it. But the message I constantly get is conservation officers are valued members of the community, and people will tell me stories about a particular conservation officer and how they've interacted with children in the community and what it's meant to the community, how the educational programs that the conservation officer has undertaken with members of the community to ensure that people know what it means when they're careless with their garbage or their food or their fruit trees that they're not harvesting, that people understand that there is a consequence of that. And it may be a consequence for the animals that they love to watch and see, that they don't want to hurt, or it may be a consequence for their children or their pets or their community. What we want to do in these cases is protect people while protecting the rights of the animals to live in their natural habitat and not to have their habits and what they're used to in terms of gathering food, in a sense, perverted by easy access to inappropriate food that is simply too close to human communities and creates a risk. I want to just tell a little story from my past weekend, or end of last week and this weekend. I had the opportunity to take a trip to the Central Coast to view some of the conservancies that were part of the Great Bear Rainforest and to meet and talk with people in Indigenous communities, people who worked in the area of conservation, as well as to the BC Parks employees who are administering these areas. And I was very glad to be reconnected and reintroduced to one of our outstanding park rangers, who's also currently an acting area supervisor and plays a tremendous role in the area. His name's Steve Hodgson. One of the things that is so incredible about Steve is the relationships that he's built with the nations in the area, the Heiltsuk, the Kitasquehehes, the Nuhawk Nation, in working with them and their guardian programs to ensure that we are managing conservancy areas in traditional Indigenous territories with great sensitivity and collaboratively. And we're recognizing the knowledge, the experience, the values, the deep sense of cultural connection that Indigenous peoples bring to these areas. And Steve is well regarded by the Indigenous people in the area because he has taken the time over many years to engage with them, to listen to them, to deal with them respectfully, to look for solutions. But because the Central Coast is a large and disparate area, people have to do a number of functions. And Steve actually also functions as a conservation officer, or as he says, when I get home from my park duties, I'm on duty as a conservation officer. If people make a call because there's an incident or there's a threat or they feel that the services of a conservation officer are needed. And Steve and I were on the boat, and we had a chance to have a conversation, and we were talking about the many reports that we hear about quote-unquote problem bears in Bella Coola and the surrounding areas, and how he actually deals with people who have properties where bears are being attracted to fruit that falls off the trees, plums, apples. I mean, if you were a hungry bear and you saw a lot of fruit lying on the ground, you'd want to go get it, and that's what they do. And that's why we have laws that say that people are responsible for managing animal attractants. And what that actually means is you either have to fence off your property, preferably with an electric fence to keep the animals away, or ensure that the fruit isn't a ready attractant for them. So in talking to Steve, he talked about the process he goes through with people who may initially call and say, well, you should shoot that bear. That bear's a threat to me. That bear's going to come back. And he says, so I say, so do you just take out the ticket book and write them up and say, it's your fault. You've got this fruit here. It's falling on the ground. He says, well, I could do that, but I probably wouldn't have a very good relationship with them. They're my neighbors. I talked to them one day, and that night I look out my front window, and they're driving down the road in front of my house. They're talking to me. They're talking to my kids. They're interacting with my wife. And so what I want to do is be effective. And he talked about, so he may start by saying, well, why do you think the bears are attracted to your property? And pointing out the fruit and talking about the things that can be done to keep the bears from the fruit and from being a threat. And we know, I'm sure members of this House have received correspondence or had conversations that's not dissimilar to many of the ones that I've had in two forms. One is, kill those animals that are threatening me and my family, and kill them quick. And then there's another tranche of emails that I get, which is, why is the conservation officer constantly killing these animals? Why don't you address the issues and the people that are attracting them? And I want to be clear, when there is a real threat to humans or to communities or to families, the conservation officers will take the action necessary if it's not practical to consider rewilding a bear or relocating a bear or another animal. At some point, they become too habituated to break that habit. So the goal is to protect communities, but the broader goal is to prevent animals from getting habituated in that way. And that is taking action with people who are leaving their garbage loose, who have properties that have lots of attractants in them, that aren't being properly managed or protected. And that's best done by education. It's best done by establishing relationships. And all of us who have spent any time at all living in rural communities, this is not untrue in neighborhoods and urban communities. I've lived in both. But relationships are important. If you want people to listen to you, if you want people to consider a behavior change, they have to trust you. They have to feel respected by you. They have to believe that you're a member of the community just like them, and you care about many of the same things they do, irrespective of the fact, if in fact you have certain authorities as a public safety officer. And so the approach that Steve talked about was, I believe, the right one. It takes time. It takes time to connect with people. It takes time to change people's habits. It doesn't happen with one conversation. It doesn't happen by writing one ticket. It happens by being a member of the community, by showing people alternatives, by convincing them there are other ways to behave that are better for them, better for their families, better for the environment, better for wildlife, and that these things are possible. And Steve also talked to me, he gave me some colorful and funny examples of people who It took some time to change their habits and the way they interacted with nature, but did so nonetheless. He also told me some quite moving stories about, he gave an example of a restorative justice process that was offered in place of a court hearing with someone who had violated some environmental rules in Indigenous territory, with the Indigenous people, and the emotional moment when the person really realized the impact on other people of what they had done and how that had led to very significant behavior change over 2 generations of that person's family that resulted in very lengthy, constructive, and supportive and mutually beneficial relationship with the nation. So that's why, Honourable Chair, it is important for conservation officers to do all aspects of their job, not to be stuck at desks, filling out paperwork every 3 months to return to court to seek an extension on the holding of evidence. It's because there are very important things for these people to do. So, 1905, we have game wardens concerned with incidents of poaching, concerned with safety of citizens, concerned with protecting people and communities and the resources of British Columbia, and that evolution has happened over decades. There's 3 units in the Conservation Officer Service. There's the uniformed officers who are in provincial operations. There's the Provincial Investigations Unit that undertakes the kind of investigations that we've been talking about that may result in the seizing of evidence, the holding of evidence, the presenting of material for the courts to support a decision about whether or not to proceed with charges, and then to support those charges in court if that's where they go. And then, of course, there are a variety of people who provide program support throughout the system for both the investigations unit and the operations unit. We have conservation officers located in 45 communities throughout British Columbia, many of whom, as I mentioned previously, work on a regional basis. They will move throughout the region as needed. They will respond to calls. They are not fixed in one place, and they cover as much territory as effectively as they can. Headquarters, of course, is here in Victoria. They're trained, they're dedicated, they're responsible for enforcing 33 federal and provincial statutes. They hold special provincial constable status under the Police Act, and they have unrestricted appointment to enforce acts and statutes, and to protect the public and to preserve the peace. And that's why, Honourable Chair, it is very important that they have the same abilities as all other people who have status under the Police Act and who serve as public safety officers to hold evidence for a reasonable period of time that both protects the rights of an affected party from whom evidence has been seized, but also to ensure that the public is confident that the public interest is being upheld, that people who break the law will be held to account, and that the system won't stumble or fail because of administrative failings. Conservation officers work with many private and public partners. They work with compliance and enforcement officers in the Ministry of Forests. They work with the RCMP. They work with Environment Canada. They work with the Department of Fisheries, with First Nations, and with local provincial stakeholders. They do this to reduce human-wildlife conflict. They do this to prevent pollution. They do this to prevent environmental catastrophes. They do this to ensure that environmental laws are upheld and people follow them, and they, of course, investigate where these transgressions take place. Their motto is integrity, service, and protection. And I think that really sums up, Honourable Chair, in pretty simple terms, how this agency, BC's Conservation Officer Service, deals with the many complex challenges of modern-day environmental law enforcement. It is not easy. Law enforcement in any jurisdiction is not easy. We see that every day on the news. We see people who have to make often very quick judgments under extreme pressure, trying to do the right thing, and of course, subject to review by independent oversight agencies, by the courts, by their peers, by the public, but nonetheless, they play an important role in protecting the public. It's not easy. And every year I have a chance to meet with and talk with conservation officers. I have a chance to see the young people who are recruited to be conservation officers, who either are on their way to the training school in Alberta or have recently returned, who are beginning their first months of field work in preparation to becoming fully authorized conservation officers. They're enthusiastic. They're also very, very serious. I mean, when you consider that you're applying for and entering a job where you're uniformed, where you're a symbol of the law, where you're armed, where you might have to potentially use those arms, where you may, in faraway, isolated areas, have to encounter and address people who are also armed, who may or may not welcome your presence or your opinion that they're conducting themselves in a way that is unlawful and which they should cease doing. There's a lot of potential stress and tension. And so I look at these young people and I see their pride in what they've learned, their pride in the work that they're committing to doing, their desire to do a good job, and of course, their response to the considerable rigors of the training that they undertake. It's not easy, and increasingly over the years, I've noticed more women joining the Conservation Officer Service. We've made a conscious effort to reflect a far greater diversity of British Columbians, and particularly to recruit Indigenous people to be conservation officers, as well as to develop collaborative and intertwined relationships between conservation officers, park rangers and officers, and Indigenous guardians, both in the interior and on the coast. And this is work that continues. I look forward to meeting some of these conservation officers again after it's a couple of years out from graduation, when they've been in the field and they've been doing the work for some time, and they can tell me some of the stories about their best days as well as their worst days. But there are worse days. It can be dangerous work. I reference that. Let me talk about a couple of officers who died in the course of carrying out their duties. Officers, of course, have to deal with wild animals, and that can be threatening. They're managing human-wildlife conflict, but I want to talk about two conservation officers who died while carrying out their duties, one of whom was shot and killed on this day in 1932, Game Warden Albert E. Ferry, as well as another Game Warden, Dennis Greenwood, who died in 1930. On October 3rd, 1932, Game Warden Albert E. Ferry was shot and killed in Lillooet while inspecting an illegally possessed deer hide. Albert Ferry was a decorated World War I veteran, obviously served the country, protected people, placed himself at risk. But he was also described as a popular officer with not only a splendid war record, but a splendid peacetime record. So there's a history to the killing of Albert E. Ferry. In 1929, in the course of carrying out his duties, Albert Ferry charged a person named Frank Gott with illegal possession of a deer carcass and issued a fine of $25. In today's dollars, that would be around $300. I'm not suggesting the amount of money is meaningless, but that's the cost of a deterrent to illegal activity. Nonetheless, Frank Gott held a grudge against Albert E. Ferry for the next 3 years. So on October 3rd, 1932, Frank Gott had set up a hunting camp along the North Fork of the Bridge River. Shortly after setting up the camp, Game Warden Ferry made contact with Gott and the hunters that were accompanying Gott. He had a brief conversation with Gott, and he decided to search the camp and its surrounding area. And who knows what motivated Albert E. Ferry to do the search, but he found and uncovered a bag containing a deer hide. And the hide did not have the proper species tag attached, which made its possession illegal. At some point during his questioning of Gott, which was his job and his duty, and obviously he would have had to handle with sensitivity, Warden Ferry turned away to inspect the deer hide more closely, and Frank Gott shot him twice in the back. And he killed him instantly. A witness said, "I saw Frank bring the rifle up about halfway and fire. Mr. Ferry fell at the first shot." And after shooting the warden, Gott handed the rifle over to one of his companions and walked calmly into the bush. So I'm trying to imagine. I never worked as a conservation officer, but I did work as a compliance and enforcement officer in the Ministry of Forests, and not everybody that I was talking to about complying with the Forest Act and the requirements of the Forest Act and the regulations was perfectly thrilled to have me explain the law to them and instruct them that they'd be really better off, and we'd all be better off if they followed the law. I mean, sometimes they understood and got it, sometimes they grumbled and were cranky, and sometimes they were kind of hostile and intimidating. But I try to imagine what it would be like to walk into a situation, isolated in the bush, doing my job, enforcing it with somebody that I knew had held a grudge against me for several years, who was armed. And then to pay for that with my life. And it's pretty incomprehensible. But I assume that most, if not all, conservation officers have wondered about that at various points in their career, and that it's, in fact, a real threat. So, the story goes on about Frank Gott and Albert E. Ferry. So as I mentioned, Gott walked into the bush, fairly calm, after killing a man. And after a 2-day manhunt, he was confronted by game wardens at a crossing on the Bridge River. He refused to surrender, ignored several warning shots, and was shot and wounded in the leg as he tried to escape. Wasn't killed, he was wounded in the leg as he tried to escape. He never stood trial for the killing because he died en route to the hospital from a combination of shock and advanced tuberculosis. We remember today Game Warden Albert Ferry for his work to enforce poaching laws, his work to protect and uphold British Columbia laws, his work to be part of the community, or as was said, an honorable person in peacetime, and then, of course, his service to all Canadians during a period of war. It's honorable work, but it's hard work. It's potentially threatening work. It's potentially dangerous work. And we, I think, owe gratitude and support to the women and men who choose to do that work. And I'm really happy to have this opportunity to talk about the nature of that work and why it's so important that we maximize their efforts and keep them as safe as possible. One of the really great honors that I have each year is getting to present the Conservation Officer of the Year Awards. So this past year, my colleague, the Minister of Land, Water and Resource Stewardship, stood in for me to meet with the family of Sergeant Steve Ackles, who passed away in March 2021 after an illness. But Sergeant Ackles was named Conservation Officer of the Year in 2020, and Minister Osborne the Minister of Land, Water and Resource Stewardship, got to meet with his family, his son Kyle Ackles, who followed in his father's footsteps and became an inspector with the Conservation Officer Service General Investigations Section. So I think Sergeant Steve Ackles, I will assume, did his job with dignity. I know that, or he wouldn't have been Conservation Officer of the Year. He did it effectively. He did it with honor. But I assume he also did it with a great sense of joy and dedication that he communicated to his family and his children, including his son Kyle, who, faced with all of the opportunities for how to spend one's life in gainful employment for the rest of our remaining years, chose to join the Conservation Officer Service, just like his dad. Sergeant Ackles had a lot of relevant experience. He'd worked in logging, he'd worked in construction for many years before he looked for a career change. And when he did a career assessment, this is interesting, it was suggested to him that a conservation officer job might be better suited for him. I assume there might be a number of reasons for this. He might have had a great love of the outdoors, a great love of wildlife, a love of nature, and a desire to be able to bring that together with his day-to-day working life, as well as to provide the kind of service that British Columbians rely on to protect our natural heritage, our wildlife, and to uphold our laws, of course. So in his 40s, not in his 20s, or even his 30s, in his 40s, he returned to university to train for this new role, and he became a conservation officer in 2005. And he was proud. I'm told he was the epitome of a good conservation officer. He was passionate about protecting the environment, fish and wildlife, and he had a work ethic second to no one. He was respected. He worked hard. He was dedicated to his job. He wanted to do it effectively, and he wanted to do it to protect British Columbians. So his son Kyle said that coming to his career with the Conservation Officer Service later in life gave Steve a bigger appreciation, a better appreciation for the job, and that he would often say something that many of us sometimes get to say and probably wish that we would get to say every day of our lives, I can't believe I get paid to do this. It's not a bad way to feel about your job. And frankly, for the public of British Columbia, paying for the work of Steve Ackles and other conservation officers with our tax dollars. We want them to feel that way, not because we want them to work for free. I want to be clear about that. They earn every cent they get paid, but because we want them to be dedicated to their job and love their job. So Steve's career took him to various postings throughout BC, Nanaimo, Port Alberni, close to where he raised his family in Parksville, and his last position was as a sergeant in the Omineca region. He was a predator attack team specialist and a valued member of his community. He made a huge difference in the life of his colleagues who learned from him, who enjoyed working with him, who could rely on him, who were probably inspired by him. I mentioned his reputation for having a strong work ethic, and of course, in the lives of his friends and family and his community. He was known for his humor, as well as a sometimes blunt speaking style. And I talked earlier about how important it is for conservation officers to be able to connect with people in the community, not to simply be the tough cop or to write the tickets or to come in and just hammer people for transgressions or behavior. Obviously, the job is to enforce the law, and they take that seriously, and we want them to. But we also want them to see where there's an opportunity to change people's behavior, to educate them, to inspire them, to engage them. And that sometimes involves both a blunt speaking style, a sense of humor, a sense of community, a sense of connection. So Steve could swap field stories with fellow officers. He could speak passionately to the media about bear conflicts and human actions that resulted in them. He knew how to connect with people. He knew how to educate. He knew how to do his job, not just in a narrow bandwidth of, this is the law, I'm out in the field, if I see somebody breaking it, this is what I do to enforce it. He understood that there were a number of ways to get to a good result, and getting to a good and permanent result sometimes requires bluntness, both in action and speech, and sometimes it requires connection. So I'm told that no matter how busy he was, Steve always made the time to help others. He would share his knowledge with students, particularly students who were interested in joining him on the career path to be a conservation officer. He spent countless hours mentoring students at Vancouver Island University. And I know that Steve's son, Kyle, carries himself with the same professionalism, the same appreciation for our natural environment, the same thoughtfulness that his father did. And I'm pretty sure that all the conservation officers who worked with who worked with Steve took the same message, that they learned from him. And I'm pretty sure that the people in the communities in which Steve worked also learned from him and appreciated him. I'm pretty sure that the students that were mentored by Steve listened to him carefully and took good lessons. I'm sure those who were thinking of becoming conservation officers or the possibility of conservation officers or working in resource management or compliance and enforcement in some way listened to him carefully. And some of them would have been inspired to pursue that dream. And others might have thought, that sounds like really important, fascinating, and interesting work, but I'm probably not cut out for it given what I've heard, and would have made other choices, but also would have come away with the appreciation that I have and that I hope we all have for the role that conservation officers play in protecting our environment, in educating British Columbians, in protecting wildlife, and in protecting humans from human-wildlife conflict and incidents. And that's, again, why it's so important that we, through this bill, amend the Act to ensure that we support conservation officers, that we don't effectively tie their hands behind their backs or chain them to a desk or force them to do unnecessary, not necessary, but unnecessary administrative work when they could be out in the community helping people, protecting community, and protecting the incredible wildlife that we have in British Columbia. That is one of the things that makes our beautiful province so unique. Part of that ensures that that wildlife is managed appropriately. You know, a job shared with natural resource officers in the Ministry of Forests, that when people hunt for food, that it's done in a way that's in accordance with regulations and laws that are set out to ensure that that wildlife are sustained, that animals are not hunted to the brink of extinction or to a dangerous state. We all know that collectively as human beings, we haven't always done that as effectively as we now know we should and want to do. I mentioned my trip to the Central Coast. I think it's probably the all-time best trip I'll ever have taken as a minister, both because of the conversations I had with the Indigenous people and leaders about their culture, about what the land meant to them, about what the conservancies meant to them, about the collaboration that they wanted to do with other people who had entered the territory, some of whom set up a variety of enterprises to make a living. They wanted to collaborate with them so there was room for everyone to live well, with well-being, but in a way that was consistent with traditions and Indigenous laws, as well as the protecting the beauty and the habitat and the values and the food sources that are the basis of Indigenous life and culture for millennia. I said it was a great trip. That was part of it, having those conversations. Part of it was learning about the work of park rangers and conservation officers in remote areas from Steve Hodgson, hearing some colorful stories about interactions with people locally, but it was also just incredibly beautiful to be on the ocean, to be suddenly surprised by, in the first instance, the sound of humpback whales, because it was very foggy and misty, and as much as I would have loved to see them, I couldn't see them. I couldn't see more than 5 feet from the edge of the boat, but I could hear them. I could hear the blow. And then later, when the fog lifted the next day, I was able to see a humpback whale with its feeding rings. I was able to see orcas, and I was also able to go for a hike through the bush with the chief counselor of the Kitasoo-Hehes, down a river with chum salmon spawning and dead chum salmon on the side of the river, and wait patiently and see a couple of grizzly bears come to do some fishing. It's an incredible experience. And I know that ensuring that in the future I and others and many generations of British Columbians have the opportunity to have that experience, and that Indigenous people have the opportunity to see the foundations of their way of life for millennia maintained. Conservation officers are part of the fabric, along with our laws that they enforce, that makes that possible. And of course, we are changing the way we work. I've mentioned the collaborative work of park rangers with Indigenous people on management. One of the agreements we signed with Nuhawk and the Kitasoo-Hehes was to give, after years of working side by side with them and talking about managing activities in conservancy areas, gave, through a memorandum of understanding, the coastal guardians of those two nations full authority of park rangers in their territories, their traditional territories within BC Parks conservancy areas. And we are also looking and have been doing similar kinds of work with Indigenous people in collaboration with the Conservation Officer Service. And I've talked to people both in BC Parks and the Conservation Officer Service who have learned so much from that engagement with Indigenous people, from the collaborations that they've undertaken, from the history, from learning about the culture, learning why a particular area is so important, why it has cultural meaning to the nation, why it's not just another place among many places, and why we can and should work together in areas of resource management and environmental management and wildlife management and protection of conservancies in a way that actually forms a constructive basis for reconciliation. There's so much more work to do. And I know that the Conservation Officer Service is changing, it's learning, it's growing, it's welcoming these interactions, and everything we can do as legislators to support that is welcome to them, but I think it's an addition to our province, to our culture, to our history, and to reconciliation, and to building a better future where we live together to gradually replace, not obliterate or make us forget, but to replace the actions of the past that we know now were actions that should not have taken place with respect to managing land without any reference to the original inhabitants, without any reference to their laws, without any reference to their rights and title, and in fact, ripping apart families by taking their children away. We have many areas in which we can work to make a difference, many areas in which we can advance reconciliation. And every time I have a chance to talk to Indigenous leaders or sign an agreement with Indigenous leaders that acknowledges their history, their role, their knowledge, and what we can gain from their knowledge by working together with them, I'm inspired and I am impressed by the grace with which they accept the fact that a change that A, should never have been necessary because we shouldn't be changing from behavior we now recognize was inappropriate and wrong, but the pace of that change that they will focus on. We may be impatient, but we're moving forward and we're happy to be working with you. I want to talk a little bit about some of the meetings I've had with conservation officers over the years. Back in February 2020, just before the pandemic, we had 2 years of not seeing people or meeting with people or talking to people face to face. I was in Prince George and I had a chance to visit the Conservation Officer Service office in the region and talk to the staff. I met with a number of the inspectors and officers who are in the field each day, who are working on the investigations, which takes us back to the importance of ensuring that we amend the Act with this bill to not tie them down unnecessarily or allow them to hold evidence only for 3 months unless they can convince a court to give them an extension, but to hold it for a reasonable period of time so it can be useful in preparing the recommendations for charges. I also had a chance to meet some of the incredible support and administrative staff that keep the office running. They enable the officers to do their work in the field. Just as a side note, I've talked to park rangers and conservation officers who will say, you know, particularly when we've had some trouble filling administrative jobs in remote regions, and I remember this from my own past as a compliance and enforcement officer, I'll just say, you know, it's not a very good use of my time to be stuck at a computer in the desk when I should be in the field. And there are other people who could be doing that work and be happy to have that job. So the administrative staff and the support staff who work in the conservation officer offices, keeping the office running, enabling the officers to focus on what they do best, on what their skills and trainings have equipped them to do, are an incredible part of the backbone of the conservation officer service. So we got together to take a photo at the end of the meeting, and a couple of officers thought twice and decided they shouldn't be in the photo if it was going to be posted online. And the reason was that some of their work involved a high degree of confidentiality, and like other law enforcement officers, they will sometimes work undercover, and they didn't want their faces to be recognizable as being conservation officers. So I mean, at first we were just sort of says, oh, come on, let's all have a picture. We'll show the conservation officer family. We'll show your work. I'm proud to be here with you. And but when they said that, it made me just take a step back and think about what so much of their work involves, whether it is out in the field, out in the bush in uniform, whether it is approaching people who are armed as hunters, to whom they need to talk, or when they have reason to believe they should do some investigation to ensure that that the animals that are being hunted or taken are in accordance with all the proper permits and tagging and limits, etc., and not knowing for sure what sort of reaction they're going to get, or what sort of state of mind the people will be in that they're encountering, and whether in fact it's a threat to them. You know, that be an incredible amount of tension to live with. It's work that needs to be done, and it's work they do. It's work that all public safety officers do, and I often think that we think of people in uniforms with arms and equipment, and we think, well, they're well set up to withstand any threat, but I think the truth is it's a vulnerable job. It's a stressful job. And any time anyone I've talked to who's had to take action in a position like that has talked to me about it, it's clear that they're proud of their work, they know it's important, but it's stressful, and there are often personal consequences that result from confrontations. So then I thought, when these officers explained why they didn't want to be in the picture, how difficult it would be to be undercover. I mean, you go undercover for an investigation for a reason. You are trying to figure out who did what, where to get some evidence of it, and it's certainly quite possible that the people you're investigating, especially if you're doing it undercover, are going to be threatened by your actions. And so when you're off the job, leaving the office, going back to work in your community, going back to be with your family and kids, you want to feel safe, and you want your family and kids to feel safe. People do this work because they believe in justice, they believe in fairness, they believe in upholding the laws of our province so that our natural environment and the species in our natural environment, whether it's flora or fauna, fish or wildlife, is kept whole, continues, or sustained, and that what we call beautiful British Columbia remains beautiful for generations to come. So through this amendment to the Environmental Management Act, we're working to help support conservation officers. I want to be clear. It seems like a simple administrative amendment. We're correcting what was an oversight, frankly. but it gives us the opportunity to think about what it means as legislators to allow the people who take these important jobs as conservation officers, enables them to be effective, enables them to be efficient, enables them to believe that every hour of every working day is being used as effectively as it can be, not simply doing something that they shouldn't have to do and they don't need to do, or they wouldn't need to do and won't need to do after we amend this act. So let me just take a couple of moments to talk about some of the recent work that the Conservation Officer Service carries out each day. This is just a few of the recent fines that have been handed out to help protect our environment and uphold our laws to protect fish and wildlife in our province. In September, I talked about my trip to the Central Coast. In September, 5 individuals who were fishing near Bella Coola were each handed a $575 fine for fishing using barbed hooks, which happens to be a contravention of the BC sport fishing regulations. People go out and they fish, and some people think, the rules don't apply to me, or I don't really see the purpose of them. So I'm just going to give myself the best chance to get this fish. But it's not in the best interests of our fishery. It's not in the best interests of the health of fish in British Columbia. It's not even in the best interests of other sport fishers. That's why we have these regulations, and that's why we need conservation officers to enforce them. And every minute, every hour that a conservation officer is tied to a desk preparing a repeat application for holding seized evidence is a minute and an hour that they're not spending out in the field doing the other things we want them to do. At the end of August, the BC Conservation Officer Service joined in a roadside checkpoint with the Department of Fisheries and Oceans Canada and the RCMP on Highway 118. They issued $2,200 in fines, and they seized dozens of salmon due to improper transportation, improper licenses, and being over limits. We know that we used to have a hugely abundant salmon fishery in British Columbia. It's iconic. I've never met a British Columbian that wasn't awed by a photo of a salmon, by seeing a salmon, those who eat fish by eating a salmon, and who don't think that salmon are part of our identity. We also know that we have tenuous salmon fisheries in many parts of British Columbia, and we've taken incredible actions in our government and spent a lot of money to rebuild the salmon fishery to try to protect salmon, both their habitat and their ability to survive in the wild and to spawn and to reproduce and to have abundant runs in the future. And sometimes, in some places, those runs surprise us and they are abundant and welcome. And other times, we stare wide-eyed at the media reports that tell us that the fishery is collapsing, and we don't have to think that can't be true or it won't happen. We know what happened to the cod fishery on the East Coast. So when we hear stories that the return of fish is far under what was projected, that we're not sure there's enough salmon to sustain commercial indigenous food or sport fishery, and then continue to have runs in the future to ensure a healthy and abundant replenishment and rebirth of our salmon populations, it is a real threat. And it is important to all of us that our government, working with the federal government, fund salmon restoration strategies that will build up our stocks and protect our fish and protect the habitat on which they depend. So when we find people who are exceeding limits, improperly fishing, don't have licenses, flouting the law, it's conservation officers, along with, of course, the Department of Fisheries and Ocean and sometimes the RCMP, that will make a difference, that will actually punish people for that behavior, and that will send a message to other people that you can't do it. You can't get away with it. We need conservation officers as an integral part of all of our efforts to protect and restore our wild salmon fishery. Just last week, we had an enforcement blitz in the Lower Mainland, and it resulted in upwards of more than $7,000 in fines. There were more than 200 angler compliance checks across a number of rivers. There were altogether 25 violation tickets issued: angling without a license, fishing with prohibited gear, and over-retention among the most common offenses. It's another example of conservation officers going out and ensuring that where people think the law doesn't apply to them, and/or, although it's hard for me to imagine people could think this, and/or that nothing they do will really make a difference in the survival of salmon or our fishery in British Columbia, that we have people who will enforce the law, who will send the message, who will do the investigations, who will issue the fines, who will bring things back into check, and everything that we can do that puts people in the field, boots on the ground, rather than filling out forms in an office to get an extension, is part of that. Let me talk a bit about the kind of long-term investigations that this amendment to the Environmental Management Act will impact. There was a court case that was recently wrapped up in Port Hardy Provincial Court. A man from Calgary received a $2,875 penalty and a 2-year hunting ban for using a BC resident license to hunt despite living in Alberta. It's clearly illegal. The incident occurred in October 2019 near Was on Vancouver Island. Conservation officers were conducting hunting compliance checks. Hunting big game in BC as a non-resident without being accompanied by a licensed guide, an assistant guide with written authorization, or a person with the required permits is an offense under the BC Wildlife Act. So, another example of investigation, of being on the ground, of correcting illegal behavior, of sending a message to others, whether they're from outside British Columbia or inside British Columbia, that you can't flout the law. The law is there for a reason. The law is there to protect our wildlife. The law is there to protect the environment, and that's why we have them. And that's why we have a conservation officer to conduct them. So let me talk a bit about the Environmental Management Act generally and the role it plays, seeing as we're amending the Environmental Management Act to ensure that conservation officers have the greatest ability to conduct thorough investigations, retain evidence required for those investigations, and to create, if it exists, a compelling, provable case for council to take to court. So EMA, or the Environmental Management Act, helps implement a shift to risk and results-based regulation of waste management in BC. It's designed to reduce the amount of waste discharge permits in the province. By eliminating the requirement of permitting to low and medium risk activities, more focus can be given to those activities of the highest risk. It's not to say low and medium risk activities aren't monitored and and action taken, but there are codes of practice that govern them. We try, through the Environmental Management Act, to protect our natural environment, our water, our soils, our wildlife, human health. And EMA creates the power to correct detrimental environmental impacts and environmental emergencies. It allows research and investigative activities to occur. It's helping to prepare policies, objectives, and standards for the protection and management of the environment. It's built to provide help with preparing environmental plans for flood control, drainage, soil conservation, water resource management, waste management, and air quality management. It regulates certain environmental assessments. I mentioned some time ago about the number of meetings I have with local governments at the Union of BC Municipalities around the activities of my ministry, the importance of conservation officers, but I also talked about people's desire to enhance the economy of their community and region by finding ways to clean up contaminated sites, to ensure that they're addressed, but to also get effective and efficient permitting that allows that to take place as a site is prepared to be developed. There is an advantage to redeveloping on a brownfield site because part of redeveloping involves cleaning it up. And that's why we have requirements for purchasers to clean up the sites if they haven't been cleaned up by the people selling them. It's also why, by the way, we're working on a public interest bonding strategy to ensure that the people who pollute an area in the first place are the people who are responsible for cleaning it up and not the taxpayer. But we have taken some, I think, important measures to work with municipalities to ensure that they're able to clean up, or these sites can be cleaned up in some cases where it's appropriate, where the contamination isn't widespread. Clean up these brownfield sites section by section, allow a development to occur, encourage development, new developments to come to the area, new investment to come to the area, to grow the economy, provide jobs for people, revitalize the community, and of course clean up the sites that were polluted. So all of these things are required by EMA, but we're also working to modernize the Environmental Management Act and work collaboratively with local communities and governments to ensure that we actually apply these requirements to protect the environment and public health and communities in a sensible, effective way, but a way that isn't so rigid that it stands in the way of housing development or industrial development. And of course, where do conservation officers come in? People have heard about the RAP line, report a poacher or polluter. When people see activities taking place that are harming the environment, we encourage them to call the RAP line. And what happens when they call the RAP line? At the end of that line, they're going to end up getting a conservation officer in the Conservation Officer Service who's going to go out and investigate, who's going to go out and follow up. If there is a guilty party responsible for pollution, for dumping, for anything prohibited by law that negatively impacts the environment, the conservation officers will investigate. They will seize evidence if they need it, including electronic devices, and with this amendment, they'll be able to hold that evidence for a full 12 months as they carefully build the case toward taking, if there is a case there to be built, taking the polluter to court. So, also under the Environmental Management Act, environmental protection orders can be issued, environmental emergencies, and allocating required resources to control emergencies can take place. Money spent during an emergency can be recovered from the responsible party if they are still accessible, can be reached. We have the notorious case of the New Cell pulp mill abandonment by foreign owners where we weren't able to do that, which is one of the reasons we're now building a public interest bonding strategy so we don't have to go back after the fact to ensure that British Columbians are compensated for damage. We can do it through appropriate bonding. It's also important that we can regulate the confinement, storage, disposal, and transportation of hazardous waste, that we approve discharges that require a permit, that we regulate spill prevention, reporting and response activities, that we regulate the production of regional solid, liquid, and biomedical waste management plans, we designate sewage control areas, we delegate waste management powers to the Greater Vancouver Regional District and other eligible regions. We regulate contaminated sites. We issue pollution abatement orders. We establish and administer the Conservation Officer Service as well as the Environmental Appeal Board. So overall, that's the role of the Environmental Management Act in British Columbia in protecting our environment, in managing activities on the land base, in the water, regulating within the bounds of our jurisdiction those things that would pose a threat, whether it is to the transportation of hazardous waste, the transportation of petroleum products, the transportation of chemicals. We then ensure that people are complying with the regulations and requirements about how to carry this work on, and that if there is a violation, that it is investigated, as I said, by many people, but not the least of which are the conservation officers. I mentioned that the Conservation Officer Service had a proud history. It's over 115 years. It's gone through many iterations. It's received many new responsibilities and duties. And I'll talk about one of the most recent ones with respect to invasive species in a moment. And the service is always updating its methods, its training, and its ability to do its job. In 1905, the Department for the Protection of Game and Forests was established. A few years later, the Game Protection Act was amended, and forestry was no longer a responsibility of the newly minted Game Department. The focus shifted from game and forests to a focus on game and wildlife. So in 1918, an amended Game Act abolished the Games Department and seized the BC Provincial Police assume responsibility for game laws enforcement. And an advisory game enforcement board was set up to develop provincial policy and direct game management. In 1926, a separate game laws enforcement branch was established within the BC Provincial Police. So you can see through this development that there's always been a public safety officer component. In fact, what we now know as the Conservation Officer Service was in fact part of the Provincial Police, and it assumed responsibility for game laws enforcement. So when the Game Department was reestablished in 1929, after the Games Law Enforcement Branch was established within the BC Provincial Police, the BC Provincial Police and Game Conservation Board were no longer responsible for the administration of fish and wildlife laws. 1934, the BC Game Commission was set up within the Game Department to direct game management and game laws enforcement. Fast forwarding 23 years, the Fish and Game Branch was established and the BC Game Commission was disbanded. In 1966, the Fish and Game Branch was renamed the Fish and Wildlife Branch. The Conservation Officer Service was established as a separate branch within the Ministry of Environment, distinct from Fish and Wildlife in 1980. In 1988, the Conservation Officer Service began operating under the Enforcement and Outdoor Recreational Safety Program. In 1990, the Enforcement and Outdoor Recreational Safety Program was renamed the Enforcement Branch. It was in 1988, the Conservation Officer Service, as I said, operated under the Enforcement and Outdoor Recreational Safety Program, and then in 1990 was renamed the Enforcement Branch. In 1994, the Enforcement Branch is merged with Environmental Emergencies Branch to become the Enforcement and Environmental Emergencies Branch. And in 2002, the Enforcement and Environmental Emergencies Branch is split. And the Conservation Officer Service, which had previously operated under the larger branch, was confirmed in legislation as a separate and distinct government program. There is, of course, an Environmental Emergencies Branch that continues, but we have seen through the evolution of the Conservation Officer Service going all the way back to the Department for the Protection of Game and Forests, becoming focused only on game, then a game conservation, game laws enforcement, with a BC Game Commission, a Fish and Games Branch, the Fish and Wildlife Branch, the first establishment of the Conservation Officer Service, or the CO Service, the breaking off from Fish and Wildlife, the adding of environmental emergencies, some period of time with Outdoor Recreational Safety Incorporated, and then to the modern-day Conservation Officer Service, which of course continues to evolve. And of course, while many people think of the Conservation Officer Service solely as focused on game management or catching poachers or ensuring that people don't exceed their limit, or that people, whether it's fish or wildlife, that people don't fish or hunt with illegal equipment, there is, in fact, so much that they do. So much that they do to protect the public. So much they do to educate people about the dangers of habituating wild animals to human sources of food that lead to human-wildlife conflict and ultimately lead to the reluctant decision, the difficult decision, the tragic decision to kill animals that should not have to be killed if we as humans understood the role that we play in the interface between wildlife and our communities. And we take the relatively simple precautions of securing our waste, securing our garbage, taking care of our fruit trees, taking care of our gardens, using electric fencing where appropriate, educating our children, and not giving hungry animals an easy source to food that will give them sustenance in the short term and a short life in the long term. And some people simply need education, some people are careless, and the Conservation Officer Service plays a role with both. The Conservation Officer Service is an important part of the community. It's an important part of our community for many reasons. It is there to enforce a range of laws. It is there to assist with a range of investigations. It is there to ensure that where there is wrongdoing, that is corrected, that people are held accountable, and that an appropriate case is built for council to consider whether or not to proceed with charges to our justice system. They are there to gather evidence. They are there to examine the evidence. They are there to connect the dots, just like any police service. And to do that, of course, they need the evidence to be held for an appropriate period of time that allows them to do the work. I mentioned the important role that the Conservation Officer Service plays in preventing pollution and preventing poaching. I believe that most British Columbians want to protect our environment for our own well-being, for the well-being of our children, for the well-being of the future. There's an increased focus on living in harmony, on the important role sustaining ecosystems plays in ensuring that those aspects of the natural world that support our health, our well-being, our connection with nature, which has unbelievable spiritual and emotional value to people, mental health values. People have discovered that during the pandemic, rediscovered it during the pandemic, that the support for our economy depends on healthy ecosystems. And the Conservation Officer Service has a role in enforcing our laws and conducting education programs about how to comply with the laws and why it's important to do so. But I want to take a moment. I mentioned the RAP line, the Report All Poachers and Polluters Hotline. That's the opportunity for British Columbians who see a transgression to ensure that the Conservation Officer Service and our enforcement bodies, who simply cannot be everywhere all the time, have the knowledge they need to act quickly, to go to a site while it's fresh and collect evidence, perhaps even to get there in time to catch somebody in the act of transgression. The RAP program is a toll-free tip line. It's also an online service, and that allows British Columbians to report a known or suspected violation of fisheries, wildlife, or environmental protection laws anonymously and without risk of confronting the offender. And sometimes we see somebody doing something they shouldn't do, and sometimes it's important to, because of timeliness, to intervene or to protect someone else, but not everybody's comfortable doing that, and in many cases it's simply not safe. In fact, in a lot of cases it's not safe. So the RAP line allows people to report wildlife-human interactions where public safety may be at risk, as well as violations of laws. It's 24/7, it's simple, safe, and it's effective, and it's based on the principle that someone other than the criminal has information that can solve the crime. Just like the police use Crime Stoppers, the BC Conservation Officer Service needs the help of British Columbians in catching poachers and polluters. And that's why we have the RAP line. So to British Columbians, I say, don't confront or attempt to apprehend a suspect. There's a range of environmental violations that you could report. They include illegal waste disposal, whether it's household or business waste, things that are dumped on Crown land. We've all heard or seen the stories of people using nature as a mattress dump for a used mattress. Another day we'll talk about our extended producer responsibility and building out the program to recycle absolutely everything and creating, most importantly, the facilities and the infrastructure to allow us to do that and not simply collect it and dump it somewhere else in somebody else's land base. But we need to confront illegal waste disposal. We need to deal with unlawful open burning, dense smoke. It could be backyard burning. The number of emails and letters I get from people talking about and reporting the air pollution problems that are damaging their health or their children's health through asthma because of open burning is quite considerable. We've taken measures to measure air quality and restrict open burning in places where the smoke will not clear quickly, will pose a threat to human health. And so when people see an accumulation of smoke or illegal burning, they can use the RAP line to report that. People may see somebody discharging or disposing of chemicals or sewage in lakes and rivers. It might be an illegal boat dump. It might be somebody who doesn't know what to do with their waste, and they simply take it and throw it into a waterway or onto the land. It could be damage to fish and wildlife habitat. It could be people, for whatever reason, simply, well, there was a recent story about ATV and truckers racing through gravel beds on the Fraser River that are spawning beds for threatened salmon and sturgeon. And finally, the Department of Fisheries and Ocean, which has authority, worked with the province and put in some measures to prevent that. But the news reports were frightening. And quite often, people only become aware of these actions because somebody has phoned the RAP line. And it may be you just simply know that somebody is exceeding their daily bag or catch limit. So we have a conservation officer service to investigate, to charge, to issue tickets, to collect evidence. And how do they know where to go when there's just not a million of them on the ground? By citizens who see something that disturbs them, that they don't like, and who will call the RAP line, the Report All Poachers and Polluters line, 1-877-952-RAP, R-A-P-P, 7277, 1-877-952-RAPP. Let me close my remarks, Honourable Speaker, by saying that I've mentioned new conservation officers and how inspired and inspiring they are. We have new conservation officers joining the service. 6 new officers completed their training this past summer and are beginning to serve in communities across BC. They graduated at the end of August from the Western Conservation Law Enforcement Academy, which is a joint recruit training initiative between BC, Alberta, Manitoba, Saskatchewan, and the Yukon. These new recruits will now go on a 12-month field training program with a veteran conservation officer, a mentor, as they refine their knowledge, their skills, and their experience that they gained at the Western Conservation Law Enforcement Academy. I want to welcome and thank the new recruits who are headed to communities across BC. Katie Britton going to Kamloops, Blake Nibbs going to Vanderhoof Burns Lake, Caitlin Dick going to Port Alberni, Evelyn Robertson going to Mission, Stephanie Peeling going to Prince George, Sasha Zukowicz going to Squamish. Congratulations to you. It was a pleasure meeting you. You're embarking on an exciting new career, a career that British Columbians and British Columbia communities value. You will be rewarded by this work. And by passing the amendments to the Environmental Management Act through this bill, we are seeking to make your job easier, to make your work more efficient, to make it more effective, and to remove any possible administrative impediments from you performing your work effectively. So I look forward to hearing from colleagues on both sides of the House about how they value conservation officers, of course, your support for these amendments, and I look forward to any questions at committee stage, and I welcome everyone celebrating BC's Conservation Officer Service. Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. And just for our friends at the table in Hansard, can you confirm you are moving second reading?
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. I confirm that I am moving second reading of this bill.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Kelowna Mission.
Thank you so much. Wow. we were taking bets to see if you were going to actually take the full allotted time. So that was quite incredible. The minister did a great job taking it right to the hour, especially because this bill is actually, and rightly stated by the minister, it's a rewording and taking us back to 2019 and where the wording was previously. So there wasn't a lot. I mean, this is really quite simple. I think that the minister aptly said, you know, things take time. I'm kind of wondering why this took so much time. Why it took 3 years to figure out that these changes that had been made were creating such inefficiencies for the conservation officers. And I will join the minister in celebrating our conservation officers. They are absolutely the unsung heroes of our environmental protection. You know, in getting to know them and meeting them around the province, they have an incredibly difficult task. And the minister mentioned the regionalization of their areas. This has added incredible amounts of travel and jurisdiction to their work, and it has become more difficult for them. You know, they are being slowly overworked. You know, their areas are larger, duties expanded, without really more money or more staff. Lots of replacements, but not necessarily an increase in the overall number. In fact, I too want to celebrate, you know, one of these conservation officers, Joe Caravetta, who is a conservation officer. He's served in Bella Coola, Castlegar, Dease Lake, Grand Forks, and Fernie. He started in 1977 with the Fish and Wildlife Branch, and in 1997, he was the BC Conservation Officer of the Year. He's received his 30-year-long service award, as well as Queen Elizabeth's Diamond Jubilee Medal. He's done over 40 investigations, and he just recently retired. It's quite incredible what our conservation officers have to do. And if they are so important to us, which I wholeheartedly agree that they are, why is this the only bill that we're actually debating? Why is this the only amendment that we're actually making to make their jobs more efficient and easier? This isn't just related to a 3-month or 12-month. We've got a bigger issue at hand. And yes, this bill appears to correct a previously missed omission that occurred when the Act was amended in 2019, but after 3 years, we're just now getting around to fixing it. At face value, this seems like a pretty straightforward, cut and dried bill. But there are some other omissions that may give the House pause. You see, the minister has yet to correct what was missed with his Clean BC roadmap to 2030. Namely, the lack of details as to how his government plans to reduce BC's emissions. And you know, it's not just me that noticed this. The Sierra Club of BC, an organization that the minister used to lead, noted that, and I quote, "The agreement does not provide the level of ambition and detail needed to ensure that BC's 2030 targets are met or exceeded," end quote. And it's not just the details that are missing, the numbers keep changing. You know, in the original Clean BC document, which was released in 2018, we have 18.9 megatons of reduction by the measures that were described. In 2021, noted in the Accountability Act, those exact same measures were only going to reduce now by 12.2 megatons. And then when the roadmap was released in 2021 to much fanfare, the same measures noted that the original Clean BC document were only now going to amount to a reduction of 10.5 megatons. So while we can celebrate the conservation officers that are going to get this 3-month to 12-month alleviation, which is really just a restatement of the 2019, I think there are a lot of other things that we could be covering. You know, how are we to actually trust any of the numbers or the predictions at all? And this ministry has, you know, the jurisdiction covered over 15 different ministries. And during estimates, when I had asked the minister specifically about the accountability report and whether it creates confidence for the public, whether it's in our conservation officers, which are the front-facing to the public, or in the numbers. You know, the minister answered with how achieving the numbers are used in the report, provincially, nationally, internationally, is very complex. And measuring is very complex. So we can all agree climate change is a complex issue, which is why the public is having a hard time trusting. But it's trust that we need in order to actually have conservation officers that can create their jobs and do their jobs really well. We have billions of dollars allocated to our initiatives in the Clean BC plan that span over 15 ministries. And without knowing exactly what the reduction of emissions will be for those billions, well, what is it going to get us? Our emissions have gone down in 2020, but the whole world stopped. You know, I had herds of deer bed down on the end of my cul-de-sac. You could literally throw a baseball down Bernard in the middle of the day and not hit anyone. We went without seeing our families, our friends for months or years. Travel essentially stopped. And the prediction by most environmental groups was that emissions would go down significantly, and they went down in Canada. They went down in BC. But BC's only went down by half of what they did everywhere else in Canada, only half as much. So while we're debating this bill that literally is just an alteration of, or an adjustment of a time frame that was what it is proposed to be in 2019, I think we have more serious issues to talk about. We need some more decisive action that reflects tackling climate change. And instead, what we have is this record of reluctance or unwillingness on the part of this NDP government to take strong action on many critical issues, such as our broken healthcare system, or the rising cost of living in this province, or the mental health and overdose crisis that's overwhelming communities large and small across our province. And yes, let's laud our conservation officers. Let's absolutely support them in their roles. Let's make their roles more efficient. Let's stop the paperwork and bureaucracy that weighs them down. Absolutely. Absolutely. But let's do so to make monumental change in actually preserving our environment. We continually hear from this government that there's more work to be done. Well, let's not delay this work any longer. So while I was really pleased to hear the minister's support of conservation officers, I was really pleased to hear that we're going to make their jobs more efficient. This is 3 years later. 3 years later of having our conservation officers go to judges every 3 months to get extensions? Surely this was drawn to someone's attention much before this. And while we just heard the minister talk about things taking time, I have a hard time understanding why these changes have taken this much time. Look, this legislative amendment is necessary. Our conservation officers are working harder, longer hours, with less resources in larger areas than ever before. And we in British Columbia love our outdoors. We love to be in and amongst nature. And while some, as the minister pointed out, some people, it's an error of just not knowing what the rules are. Others, it's outright unlawful. And so we need our conservation officers to be out there. And as the volume of people grows that are utilizing our forests and our rivers and our lakes, we also need our conservation officers to grow in their numbers, not just in their regional areas. So this bill, this is a drop in the bucket. It's a drop in the bucket for them. I mean, at least it's something, but it's not everything that we need. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member. Member for Langley East.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. It is an absolute pleasure to rise today in the House to speak to Bill 26, the Environmental Management Amendment Act. And as we've heard from the Minister, the role that conservation officers play is so important in our province. The BC Conservation Officer Service began in 1905, and during the early days, policy was really minimal, and training was virtually non-existent. And it wasn't uncommon for new wardens just simply to be given a copy of the game laws and a badge and just sent on their way. The modern Conservation Office Service, though, as we've seen, has evolved so much in that time. With, over the years, we've seen leading natural resource law enforcement agency just grow, specializing in public safety and as it relates to human and wildlife conflict. And the responsibilities include managing really complex commercial, environmental, and industrial investigations and compliance and enforcement services. And the conservation officers are so highly trained, and they're really dedicated individuals and are responsible for enforcing 33 federal and provincial statutes. And I'm not sure if the House knows, but it's really interesting that they hold special provincial constable status under the Police Act and have unrestricted appointment to enforce acts and statutes and protect the public and preserve the peace. This amendment is so important because after seizing evidence, conservation officers really do need the time to properly process and provide information in a court-acceptable manner. And by returning this authority, this will allow and alleviate the time needed on the courts and conservation officers and all the affected parties in hearings for time extensions. The Environmental Management Act really covers important areas in protecting our environment and creates the power to correct really detrimental environmental impacts, like allowing research and investigations to occur, helping prepare policies, helping prepare environmental plans for flood control, drainage, soil conservation, regulating certain environmental assessments, issuing environmental protection orders, approving discharges, regulating spill prevention. It really has a wide range that it covers. And one of the things that I found as a farmer is the roles that the BC conservation officers play is so important in the area of agriculture. And we have a beautiful province with gorgeous scenery and you know, a range of wildlife and a range of beautiful environmental assets that we are so proud of, and people around the world very much are envious of everything that we have to offer in this province. But with that, what happens is when you farm is you have many situations where our beautiful wildlife and our farm life don't necessarily belong in the same space, and it can create issues. And the role that conservation officers play really is important to agriculture, in addition to all the other important roles that they play. So providing information on how to protect your farm, how to create a wildlife management plan to deal with the challenges that can come from that. And as I was reading through the changes, I started to think a little bit about how important that role is. And, you know, one of the conservation officers, it was in the paper recently, talking about how they work to be frontline protectors of the environment. Sergeant Scott Norris was talking about how he really views his role as the best job in the world. And in fact, the role of conservation officer really is like an amalgamation of really a lot of roles in the natural resource and law enforcement area, managing human, wildlife conflicts, complex commercial, environmental, and industrial investigations. One of the stories he was talking about was related to bears. And he says bears are a source of a lot of funny stories. They're incredibly smart, and sometimes they'll get a call that a bear has been hanging around for weeks. But the second we step out of the truck, they see our uniform and they hightail it into the bush. We've had to disguise ourselves, Scott says, wearing a civilian coat or jacket over our uniform and parking our truck a long way and walking in just to fool them. And bears very much are on a farm are quite problematic. And I was thinking back to many years ago when I first started farming, we had a bear that used to come. I think it was a little bit of an older cub, and it would come onto the farm, and we had this really large dog. And this dog, I'm not sure if he was brave or if he was more brave than he was intelligent, but he would chase this bear down this farm, like just right to the back. And this bear would run away every time. So I think he was probably, the bear was thinking, this dog is crazy enough to chase me down this farm. I probably have a reason to be concerned, and would just out of sheer confusion leave the property. But bears can live for 30 years, and their overall lifespan basically spans from 20 to 25 years. And they actually possess a sense of smell 5 times better than a bloodhound, or 250 times better than a human, and have really great eyesight. And they can sprint short distances at 50 kilometers an hour and climb trees and fences at nearly half that speed. So you can imagine on a farm that's quite problematic. I mean, bears are lovely, but they're lovely from a distance. And so the work that the BC conservation officers do in providing support for farmers, outreach for people to understand and become educated in how to farm and how to be cautious about things like, leaving food out when you're camping and things like that, to protect yourself and others around with that. And that's really important work when you live in such a beautiful province as we do, because we do encounter so much different wildlife, and that is a risk for our livestock. And I have a horse background, and one of the things that we encountered quite a bit in South Langley were challenges with cougars, which I believe are related to the puma. I'm not sure, but as I understand it, they are. And they're the largest feline predator. And they're highly adaptable and actually are found in all sorts of habitats. And that is a real risk with horses, right? And so one of the things that's interesting about the cougars is that they actually have hind legs that are longer than their front legs. And this gives them really incredible leaping power. And they can actually leap up to 24 feet, which is quite shocking. And that would be the length of a small bus. And they're really excellent climbers, but they move at 70 kilometers an hour, like a shocking speed. So being able to plan your farm and have a wildlife management plan and get help from something like a conservation officer is really the only way that you're going to effectively deal with that, because you're not going to outrun a cougar, that's for sure. And you're not going to build a fence that's high enough, unless you're building a massive fortress, like with a moat, which might be pretty cool actually, but probably not very practical. Actually, you can't build a moat because they also swim. They can swim up to 5 kilometers. So really, your only option is just to build a very large fence. No, you need to plan better than that. And all joking aside, that's why the work of the conservation officers and wildlife plans and support to help farmers protect their livestock and people who live in areas where you have that type of wildlife conflict is so important. And you can't even make the place dark because they have night vision, which is 6 times better than humans. So why is that? Why do I know that? I know that because of the support that the government and wildlife conservation provides in creating literature like this that farmers can access. So, living with wildlife literature and allowing you to access BC wildlife management guides gives people the tools that they need to improve their farming practices and ensure that they can protect their wildlife and set up a plan that works. So we have some pretty impressive conservation officers in BC, and every day they work around the province to protect the environment, ensure public safety in challenging and often dangerous situations. They are really the unsung heroes of the environment. They tirelessly work to protect and preserve our natural resources, fish, wildlife, and for future generations. But their stories aren't often heard. And many of the conservation officers that serve British Columbians, they went into their role because they're passionate about protecting BC's pristine wilderness and everything that goes in within our province. And the role is diverse, and it's really demanding. And it's something that is not well understood because the coverage of the work that these unsung heroes do is not as wide as it could be. So, and they really don't have a typical day either. I mean, if you think about it, there's no way to plan what you're going to encounter. And the public isn't aware of the many different tasks that they take on. And so they could be relocating a bear one day, tracking down a poacher, giving a wilderness safety talk to students, all in the same shift. And Len Butler was named Conservation Officer of the Year back in 2018, and he was stationed in Williams Lake. And he's an inspector for the Caribou-Thompson region. And he talked a bit about a story which tells you that conservation officers also need to have some sleuthing skills, apparently. He talked about preventing human-wildlife conflicts and how passionate he is about that. And he talked about an incident that he had during his career. He said on one occasion, Grizzly and 3 cubs decided to make the town of Nelson their home. And they led this conservation officer on a nearly 1-month-long chase as these animals were feasting on garbage and unpicked fruit. And eventually, Butler had figured out a pattern, and the 4 bears were able to be captured and released back into the wild. But that shows you a whole month of the type of work that has to be taken on by our conservation officers to understand the patterns of animals, figure out the best way to intervene, ensure the public is safe, and provide an opportunity to safely relocate animals. And that's the work that really they should be so proud of. And so if you ask him, though, about his proudest accomplishment, he says the top of his list was putting together the agency's defensive tactics program. So training new recruits and working with existing conservation officers, which that's really important work and really should be commended. So it was really interesting to read that story. And really, conservation officers are integrally connected to their community. They care about it, and they deliver outreach services and public education. And the work of that is so important. And what we know today is that BC's conservation practice began in 1905. And during those early days, really the policy was minimal. And those modern conservation officers really have evolved over the years, and they have worked so hard to lead a natural resource law. So the changes coming around today are so important to ensure that our conservation officers have the tools and are able to easily carry out their work, and ensuring that they have a way to provide the services they need, undertake the enforcement they need in the most efficient manner. And delaying an amendment like this would continue to put a burden on the courts for these application hearings, and it would also pose a risk to investigations. So I'm thrilled to be supporting this coming forward today, and know that in British Columbia, we're so fortunate to have a conservation officers like that we do, who are so dedicated and connected to the community, that they are doing the work that needs to be done to make sure that our provinces are safe, our wildlife and our environment are protected for future generations, and that in addition to the work that we see on the news, that there is a whole bunch of other work that goes on in the background, regulating the confinement, storage, disposal, and transportation of hazardous waste, regulating environmental assessments, ensuring that they provide literature knowledge and resources for people to follow regulations while still protecting the wildlife in our region. And with that, Honourable Speaker, I don't have anything more to add, but just wanted to say thank you for the opportunity to speak about my support for this, this act today. And with that, I will take my seat.
Thank you, Member. Member for North Vancouver Seymour.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Nice to see you back in the chair. And thank you for the opportunity to speak in support of the Environmental Management Amendment Act of 2022. Conservation officers, we've heard so much about them this afternoon. They are a remarkable group of people. They have a skill set that is well beyond that of the rest of us in a number of ways. They are comfortable with our wilderness. They are comfortable with our wildlife. They are comfortable in advising people what they can and cannot do, which is something that a lot of us are not very good at. They are a resource, as has been noted by my colleagues, to the farmers, to the householders, to the tourists. I was very fortunate a while ago. We were up at Skagit Provincial Park. And Skagit Provincial Park is a lovely park. We were up at Ross Lake camping ground. And I didn't have kids with me. My kids have grown up and they go camping on their own now. But I did have my husband and my dog. And my husband and my dog had gone off for a hike, and I had said, "That's very nice, dear. I'm going to stay here, enjoy the sunshine, and read my book." And I was doing that, and then I realized there was quite a crowd gathering over there. A group of people were gathered about, and there was a young woman holding court with this group of people, both adults and children. And I thought, oh, doesn't that look interesting? So I puttered over. And there was this young woman, one of our conservation officers, who was talking about the different animals in that area and talking about bears, yep, got lots of them, talking about marmots, got some of them, talking about all sorts of creatures, and she had a kit that allowed her to show a skull of this and a hide of this, of the various different creatures. And you could see those creatures taking form for the kids that were there, and you could see the adults nodding in agreement. Here was somebody who really knew about these things and was able to pass that information, that knowledge, and, in my opinion, more importantly, the love and the care for the animals that we are so fortunate to have in our environment. I come from a riding that has quite a significant interface with the bush. I say to many, when you look at my riding map, if you look up at the top of it, there's this great big green area. That big green area is inhabited by bears. And I consider bears to be part of my constituency base. Thank you very much. It's true, I do. Oh, you have moose. Very good. So we have this constant challenge in our riding of, as our minister said earlier, kill the bear, take care of the bear. Preserve the bear, kill the bear. I was up at the top of my riding doing door knocking, and a woman approached me and said, I'm very concerned about the safety of my children when we walk to school. We've seen bears. And my inside voice said, wow, that's magical. You are so lucky. And my outside voice, fortunately, went, oh my goodness. And I nodded wisely instead of saying some other things. However, when you're on the interface, it's really, really important that you recognize that there's creatures there too. And our conservation officers are the one that mitigate that interface many, many times and in many, many circumstances. We recently had a situation where a skunk, bless its little heart, went for a month because without eating anything of any significance, because it had got its head caught in a Starbucks dome. So here we have the Starbucks dome. I don't know whether am I allowed a demonstration that's about this big. And it has a hole in it that's about this big, about the size of a toonie. And that skunk had managed to get its head and one paw through that hole. And it was caught in that for almost a month. Now, there were a lot of concerned citizens following it around at a distance, trying to figure out what to do. Many people trying to figure out what to do. They did finally capture it. And again, who gets called? The conservation officer of the area. Now, if that conservation officer is caught in the courts, following up on something related to some evidence that was confiscated a while back, maybe a computer that we're still trying to figure out what's going on in the innards of the computer and what it can tell us, or maybe a cell phone that's got photographs that somebody has submitted because they used RAP and they saw something going on. However, by the time it's called in and somebody gets there, the deed is done, but the photographs are still there, and they are needed to pursue the response so that people understand you can't do these things. We had a situation again in North Vancouver where a bag was found, and this is kind of gruesome. We've actually had several bags of bits and bobs found. Bear parts, eagle parts, where folks are taking these creatures and selling various parts of them to people who want them for various reasons. Totally illegal, but it still happens. And who is it that helps us to try and avoid that? That would be our conservation officers. They will come and meet with us. They meet with our parks people. They meet with our bear folks. They are flexible. They are accommodating. And they are hardworking. And this Amendment Act will allow them to use their time in the way they are supposed to use their time, not working through administrative stuff that lots of folks could do, but to be out in our wonderful wilderness, taking care of our creatures, helping people to understand how to take care of those creatures, making sure they follow the laws about taking care of those creatures, hunting licenses, fishing licenses, making sure we stay out of riparian areas so that the creatures that are there can not only survive, but they can thrive. This Environmental Management Amendment Act also applies in the areas of pollution. Our conservation officers work very hard to try and teach us how to maintain the environment around us, how to avoid polluting, how to avoid doing things that maybe make sense to you, but they don't make sense to the environment. We've had things like, oh my goodness, let's pour the paint down the sewer drains. And we wonder why our creeks turn white. It was white paint. We've had situations where we've had an environment where there was some heavy smoking going on and the butts were going down the drains. Well, you know, nicotine isn't good for fish. It isn't good for the streams. It isn't good for the other stuff that grows in those streams. And fortunately, we have stream keepers who could track this back and then work with the conservation officer on a plan to make it better. I don't think that we could get very far at all without our conservation officers because of the type of province we have. We have amazing wilderness. We have amazing creatures. We have a constant interface between people and these folks. The people are very established. The animals have been there long since. However, they're not winning the battle. And our conservation officers are critical in making sure that we have something to offer our kids down the road, that our kids get the chance to see creatures and see that magic. I was up at, I hope I pronounce it properly, Dan, Liard, have I got it right? Is it Liard? Liard, thank you. I was up at Liard Hot Springs, and our vehicle got surrounded by bison. That was an exciting moment. There wasn't any conservation officers there because I would have really appreciated the help in understanding what to do next. Because the construction worker that told us just to edge forward, they'll move out of the way. We're in our car. They'll move out of the way. Not true. They don't. Then they were behind us as well. Not just in front of us, they were behind us. Kicking and bouncing and playing. Probably about 40 of them. I was a little anxious. However, I was also in awe of these creatures that are just remarkable for me to see, and I hope that my kids and their kids get to see them too. My kids, maybe they've seen some of it. We need the conservation officers. We need them doing the job that they train for, the work that they are skilled at and good at. We don't need to throw them into the courts. Particularly, we don't need to do it because of an omission a while ago. This Environmental Management Amendment Act of 2022 allows us to correct that and correct it so that we can have our conservation officers doing the job that they trained for, doing the job that they are good at, doing the job that we need them to do, and doing it in a way that is effective and efficient. And with that, Madam Speaker, I thank you for the time of the House, and I shall finish my comments.
Thank you, Member. Recognizing the member from Chilliwack.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and welcome to the Chair. It's wonderful to be able to speak in front of you again. I'm speaking obviously in favor of this bill. I think giving conservation officers more tools to do their job is a good thing. Chilliwack, the constituency that I represent, a lot of people move there. We're the second fastest growing community in all of British Columbia, which is amazing. I believe Kelowna is the first. But people move to Chilliwack partially because of our outdoor activities. We're surrounded by mountains, the Fraser River, the Vedder River, lakes. It's just a wonderful place to move. So many family activities that you can do in the outdoors in Chilliwack, and that's why a lot of people move there. And so conservation officers are key to making sure that they protect the environment that we have in Chilliwack and protect it for folks to be able to recreate in our wild areas that we're surrounded by. Some very famous hikes actually in Chilliwack. You know, you go up the Chilliwack River Valley, you have Flora Lake, you have Mount McFarlane, you have Lindeman Lake, Green Lake. I'm forgetting all the lakes, Madam Speaker, but there's many hikes up there. You have Teapot Hill, which is up near Cultus Lake. People fish in Cultus Lake. You know, it's very important for our conservation officers to be able to protect those areas and protect the wildlife that is in those areas. Sadly, Madam Speaker, there's dumping up in the Chilliwack River Valley. You know, people dump their garbage because they don't want to go and pay tippage fees at our local dump, and it's a shame. And so, giving conservation officers more tools to be able to stop that activity is a good thing. I used to go hunting with my granddad. My granddad. Some of my best memories with my granddad are of us going into the outdoors. He was really into the outdoors. He He had horses. He made his own canoe once, made his own bow, and it was kind of like this rough character was really my hero when I was a young kid. And so we used to go to many places around the province, on horseback. We went to the Itchis Mountains once, where we went caribou hunting. We went in with our horses for like 3 days. It was great. Although my grandfather got kicked by a horse, and we had to pack him out because he was quite hurt. He used to actually set up our lives so they were always in danger. He always bought substandard equipment, trailers, saddles. It was actually quite scary at times, but also very fun, exhilarating, if you will. And we were always happy to meet up with a conservation officer, show them our licenses. In many cases, the conservation officer made sure that we were transporting our firearms in a safe way, which is another great service that they have. And so we were happy. We were very happy for conservation officers to check us out and make sure that we had the appropriate licenses and stuff, because there were times when we came across, poachers. We'd come around a corner and there would be someone who's poached a moose or something, and they just cut the antlers off and then leave, and it's just such a shame. And so that's another reason why providing more tools to our conservation officers is a good thing. Poachers, after they shoot a large animal or catch a fish illegally or whatever, are quite often likely to take pictures with their phones. This gives conservation officers the ability to forensically investigate cell phones, cameras, those types of things, and that often takes longer than 3 months, which is so giving them 12 months instead of making them go to court and constantly get extensions is a good thing. Giving conservation officers more tools to do their job is a really good thing. I'm talking about dumping, I'm talking about poaching. The river that goes through Chilliwack, or one of the rivers, the Fraser River, for instance, we have a great many folks, I call it combat fishing, Madam Speaker, where people are shoulder to shoulder in the river trying to catch sockeye salmon when there's an opening. And having a conservation officer there is really, really appreciated and an important thing to help make sure that we have salmon in the future, for people to enjoy in the future. And salmon come up our rivers, and not just for people to use as food and enjoy in the future, but these salmon go up into streams where they die, Madam Speaker, and they become part of the environment. They fertilize the soil, and so the cycle of life continues, if you will. And the conservation officers protect that, and giving them more tools to be able to protect wildlife, our water, our trees, stop people from illegally dumping, stop people from poaching wildlife is a good thing. Madam Speaker, maybe I'll tell a quick story. One time, I was out with my grandfather, my granddad as we called him, and he was notorious for falling asleep at the wheel. And he used to have this pickup truck with a box on the back, and we used to put 2 horses in it, an old 3/4 ton pickup truck. And we had gone into the mountains for I think it was a week or 2, gone into the mountains and gone, that time we weren't hunting actually, we were just enjoying the outdoors, which is something we often did. But we had packed up the horses and we were coming back down the switchback logging roads down the mountain. And my grandfather fell asleep and drove off the road rolled the truck with the horses in it. Amazingly, the horses were alive. But my granddad, in order to give me some autonomy and teach me some good lessons, let me ride out on horseback to the highway to get help. And he stayed with the truck, I think because the food was with the truck. But that's what happened, Madam Speaker. But we used to run into conservation officers all the time in the forest, and they were always great interactions. If you're following the rules, they're great interactions, right? And so giving them more tools is very important. The Environment Management Act helps implement a shift to risk and results-based regulation of waste management in British Columbia. It's designed to reduce the amount of waste discharge permits in the province by eliminating the requirement of permitting to low and medium risk activities. More focus can be given to those activities of the highest risk. And as I said, Madam Speaker, we do have a problem with dumping in the Chilliwack area. Up Chilliwack Lake Road, there's all sorts of illegal dumping, and so this gives conservation officers the tools in order to enforce the rules. Madam Speaker, we have a famous bar in the river, in the Fraser River, called the Gill Bar, where there's illegal dumping, but people drive through a channel, a salmon-bearing channel. They drive their four-wheel drives to go out onto this bar where they, party and stuff. People in their teens to, and if they haven't grown up, some people in their 30s are there partying. But conservation officers are now monitoring that area and stopping people from driving through that area and messing up the salmon-bearing streams. So this is a good thing, and now they'll be able to collect evidence from people's electronic devices in order to prosecute people, to make sure that we are protecting areas like Gill Bar. The gravel there in that small salmon-bearing stream is like pea gravel. It's perfect for salmon. I'm sure the member from Port Moody Coquitlam would agree with me. I'm seeing some nodding. He obviously knows this famous Gill Bar. So, and if it weren't for conservation officers, places like Gill Bar would be completely destroyed, and we wouldn't be able to enjoy them in the future. As well, we wouldn't have fish. Or a lot less fish, because we would be destroying a back channel that salmon spawn in, which I'm sure is one of the reasons the member from Port Moody Coquitlam really cares about it. Another kind of sketchy thing that my grandfather did, but I'll tell you sort of the story because it relates to me. Hunting and coming across a conservation officer. So we used to go up to Williston Lake. I believe in the member for Peace River South constituency. And so we used to go up there, and my grandfather had an old welded aluminum boat, and we used to load our gear in there. And then he used to put planks across the gunnels, and we would drive an ATV on there, and then try and cinch it down, and then go up the lake for kilometers. Because Williston Lake, if some people don't know, they barge in logging equipment, so there's roads that can't be reached by regular roads. So my granddad had this scheme of getting to these roads. And sometimes the water would be rough, and the ATV jumping around a bit, and more than crushing our food. I believe it was endangering our lives. But my grandfather powered on, and that's how he lived his life, always one very close to death. But we went up there and we were in this area where there was no one for miles and miles. We drove up 75 kilometers on a logging road and made camp there and stuff, and we didn't see anyone. And then we ran into a conservation officer who was up there just checking the area, doing his rounds around Williston Lake, and he checked us, and it was a great interaction. It was nice to see someone else besides my grandfather, because we had been there for 2 weeks. So human contact is important, Madam Speaker. But there was a guy up there, we were talking to the conservation officer, there was a guy who had shot a moose, and then he left the carcass there so that he could use it to bait grizzly bear and poach a grizzly bear, which he did, and the conservation officer caught him, which is good. Now, this was back in the 1990s when people didn't have cell phones to take pictures of their illegal and nefarious deeds. But, Madam Speaker, giving the conservation officers the tools and able to investigate this kind of stuff is a really good thing, because I'm sure this character who did this illegal deed surely would have taken pictures and bragged to his friends and stuff all the time. Also, the conservation officers can stop people from feeding bears. Black bears are quite, the feeding of black bears and the habitualization around people to black bears is actually quite a thing here in British Columbia. We hear about it every summer, about bears coming into people's backyards and eating their garbage and stuff. I believe Coquitlam has quite a problem. But the reason that bears are coming there is because some people are feeding them, which is, a fed bear is a dead bear, as I've heard said, and so people really have to not do that thing. But the conservation officers now have a tool that they can help stop people from feeding bears. I heard a story of a woman who used to feed bears grain and apples and all these things off her porch, and she'd get 4 or 5 bears to her porch. And tragically, she was killed by one of the bears. I guess she didn't have enough grain that day or something. And so bear safety is very important, and conservation officers really help us be bear aware, as they say, and safe, be able to enjoy bears from a safe distance. Admittedly, the story I just told was in California, but it could easily happen here in British Columbia. My grandfather used to have on his truck, he had a bumper sticker from the BC Wildlife Federation. It said, "Poachers are thieves, report them." I believe that bumper sticker still exists. I see it from time to time from folks who've obviously joined the BC Wildlife Federation. And really, poachers are thieves, Madam Speaker. They deprive us of the ability to enjoy our wildlife, our fish, and I would go on to say illegal dumpers, if that's a correct term, are also thieves, because they're polluting our environment and making it so that we cannot enjoy the natural world around us, which, like I said, Madam Speaker, a lot of people have moved to Chilliwack to enjoy the natural world, the hikes, the lakes, the fishing, the rivers. I think, did I mention that we have the Fraser and Vetter River in my riding, Madam Speaker? I just want to put a point on that and make sure that everyone knows, because it is a beautiful beautiful area. And I know the member from Peace River North has some great areas that in his riding, and I've been there. And I think you know, I've been there, and there's some beautiful areas. I believe the member from North Vancouver, is it Lonsdale? North Vancouver, anyway, Madam Speaker, was talking about the buffalo there. Where else can you see buffalo? I mean, you can see them in Alberta, sure, but where else can you see buffalo in British Columbia? It's absolutely amazing. Yes, in Peace River North, and I think the member from Peace River North should be very proud of the natural world that he has, in particular the buffalo. And who protects these majestic creatures, Madam Speaker? It's conservation officers, and if it were not for conservation officers, I'm sure people would have poached those buffalo. But thankfully, to the Conservation Office, the member from Peace River North can continue to be proud of the buffalo in his riding. And I've been there. I encourage everyone to go and look at the buffalo. So I think I was talking about the majestic rivers in my riding in Chilliwack. They are amazing. The Vedder River is absolutely picturesque, and people come every year from all around the Lower Mainland and other areas to fish in the Vedder River, salmon fish. It's very great fishing river, as well as the Fraser. Chilliwack is a little bit actually the sturgeon fishing area. Its home, its kind of home base, is my riding, the riding of Chilliwack. It's a great tourist attraction every year. We have people from all around the world come to Chilliwack in order to catch an amazing, possible 1,000-pound monster fish, you know, ancient fish. Some of these fish, I believe, are 100 years old. But they are always using our hospitality industry. So when they come to Chilliwack, they are using hotels. They're obviously eating at restaurants. So it's a great tourist attraction for the people of Chilliwack to be able to be part of this sturgeon fishing industry. It's too bad we can't use props, Madam Speaker, because I'd show you a wonderful picture of a sturgeon. They are very interesting looking fish. Great, massive, flat head, quite long, and they have little bony plates down the side of their body. And like I said, Madam Speaker, some of them can reach 1,000 pounds. And we have people coming from Europe and all over the world in order to enjoy sturgeon fishing. And if it were not for conservation officers, we would not be able to enjoy sturgeon fishing. They protect these fish, and giving them more tools, more investigative tools, is going to only help them protect these fish, Madam Speaker, and allowing them to keep evidence for 12 months instead of 3 months gives them that extra tool where they, if someone's taking pictures with a phone or, I don't know, I guess video with a phone or anything like that, it needs to be forensically examined. And quite often, that takes much longer than 3 months, takes up to 12 months. So I really think that it's very important to give these conservation officers these tools. Maybe going back to the Chilliwack River Valley a little bit. Some of the hikes in the Chilliwack River Valley are absolutely amazing and picturesque. I used to hike myself quite a bit and go up the Chilliwack River Valley. There was some wonderful mountains to hike on up there. And it would always break my heart when I came around a corner on a trail and I would see a trash bag or someone had thrown something away. Even more heartbreaking would be if it was half in a creek, which sometimes was because a lot of people like to camp along creeks. Giving conservation officers more tools to be able to intervene and stop these practices of illegal dumping is only going to benefit us in the long run. Now, restoring the authority for conservation officers to detain seized items for up to 12 months in a warrantless search where delay to get a warrant could result in a loss or destruction of evidence. It's very easy to delete videos or pictures off your phone of your illegal deeds that you are very proud of and the reason why you took a picture and video of it. So, before having to submit an application for further detention would create a significant administrative efficiency for the courts and conservation officers during complex and protracted environmental investigations. Court time would be available for other matters. I think I've told a couple stories about my grandfather, and maybe I'll tell another. I think I said he was quite the character. He was a very interesting guy, but he always followed the rules, which was great. And he really believed in conservation. He used to join conservation clubs. Admittedly, they were hunting conservation clubs. So he joined Ducks Unlimited and the Rocky Mountain Elk Foundation. But he always really cared about conservation. Always, it was very important for him to follow the rules. And so I know he would be heartbroken if he saw illegal dumping along a trail or someone poaching an animal. And like I said, poachers are thieves, and we should report them. And I believe the minister and the member from North Vancouver mentioned they mentioned a RAP line, and so I encourage people to use it, and then conservation officers can make sure to investigate that stuff. Yeah. So my grandfather really liked the Stein Valley, and we'd hiked there, we had gone horseback riding there, we'd stayed there quite a bit, and sometimes you would go back there and we would hike for a week, doing the Stein Valley, and occasionally we would see garbage, or people. I think in the regulations they call it molesting wildlife, but you know what I mean, Madam Speaker. Interfering with their natural sort of lives, because I've been talking about poachers and talking about poachers and people who dump illegal things, but there's also people who chase deer with their ATVs or that sort of thing. People have grabbed baby deer and absconded with them, which probably isn't a very good thing. And giving conservation officers more tools and able to stop that practice is a really good thing. So one time when we went to the Stein Valley, Madam Speaker, we had horses, and like I said before, my grandfather bought very substandard equipment. He grew up in the Depression, and so he was always very frugal. As a matter of fact, he used to have 5-gallon pails full of bent nails that he used to straighten to fix his fences with. He never wasted a thing. And when we moved him out of his home, he still had those 5-gallon pails. But at this point, he had gotten rid of that horse truck that I was talking about earlier, and he had bought a bread van, an old bread van that he converted to carry horses. And the horse had kicked through the bottom of the bread van because, of course, it was quite rusty, and was creating quite a scene. The horse could have its head up in the front where we were sitting, and so it was quite a scene, and we had to pull over. But that was an amazing trip because we got to enjoy the natural world thanks to the hard work of conservation officers. You know, I think I've touched on Chilliwack and how important this is for my riding, this to be able to give conservation officers another tool in their toolbox to use to make sure that they're protecting our water, our trees, our fauna, our flora, and quite often our air even, Madam Speaker, because some of the pollution that goes out there is, you know, becomes airborne after a while. But I think having these type of tools to give conservation officers is a great thing. Madam Speaker, I used to have 10 acres in my constituency there, and we had some apple trees. And, you know, if we did not pick up the apples off the ground, the ones that have fallen on the ground, we would have bears come. And so, you know, a conservation officer, if sees a bear in your yard all the time, can give you a little heads up of, hey, don't let the apples fall off the tree and rot on the ground for bears to come and become a danger. And then when they become a danger, like I said, a fed bear is a dead bear. And so we really made sure that we picked up our apples so that no bears would come and be hurt, or we would get hurt for that matter. And so, Madam Speaker, I'll just end here, and I'll just end with, I am really excited about this bill because it gives conservation officers the tools they need to do their job.
Thank you, member. Thank you. Recognizing the member for Coquitlam Burke Mountain.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague, the member from Chilliwack, for highlighting some of the stories that I'd like to actually incorporate in my few minutes. And I want to rise, obviously, and speak in favor of Bill 26, the Environmental Management Amendment Act. I think the Environment Minister did a great job of outlining very well the changes to the Environmental Management Amendment Act. But what I'd like to add is the importance of making these changes to support BC's conservation officers. Giving our small but mighty team of officers more power to better do their job is very much needed. So in my community, in Coquitlam Burke Mountain, our area borders Pinecone Burke Provincial Park. So you can imagine many residents interface with wild animals. And you know, specifically black bears. It's very common that black bears are coming into the community through whether it's the river corridor, Coquitlam River, or down some of the other river corridors along whether it's Pinecone Burke directly or Widgeon Creek. So many areas in which the bears gravitate to are also where human habitat is growing. So lots of housing and wildlife interaction. So there's a constant need for those conservation officers unfortunately, which we do not have enough of. So better tools is mandatory to allow them to do their job. And the member from Chilliwack mentioned black bears in his community, and that's a very common thing from the North Shore right up through the Fraser Valley. And my community is no exception. Now, the member from Chilliwack also mentioned Gill Bar, and I want to build on that. That's in his writing. It's a gravel bar, so not to be confused with a drinking establishment, which some of my colleagues on this side were saying, oh, you know, Gill Bar, I want to go to that place. That sounds great. But actually, it's quite a concern because as the member outlined, it's an attractive place to go, and a lot of 4x4s and trucks head out onto Gill Bar, a gravel bar, a very important habitat for wild salmon and sturgeon. And so you have, again, another this human wildlife interaction, this interface. And again, it's where conservation officers are needed. And this became a very public conflict on Gill Bar. And luckily, conservation officers have intervened. They've done a great job. They've worked with the federal conservation office, the local, the cities in Chilliwack and the regional district and others to really come up with a solution that works. But again, our conservation office played a key role in making that happen. And that area is also part of what's considered the heart of the Fraser. So it's one of the most biologically rich areas in North America, not just in British Columbia, North America. So it's important that we have tools that are able to help solve these real problems that we have with human settlement, with recreation, and with folks enjoying the outdoors and recreating. The member from Chilliwack also spoke about sturgeon, and I think he did a great job explaining how amazing these creatures are. He talked about the size and the length and how old they get. And I want to highlight an operator, the Sturgeon Slayers, who operate in the Fraser River and in the Chilliwack to Hope area. And their owner, Kevin Estrada, has spoken to me on many issues, many times, dealing with poaching. A number of other issues, but he's talked to me about poaching, mainly of salmon. And again, this is where conservation officers are critical because the evidence that they collect has to be there in order to hold up in court to make the charges stick. And that's, again, any tools that we can provide to help these conservation officers do their job is much needed. Now, I just want to finish because I know I'm probably running out of time here, but there's a number of other related poaching issues that I want to mention because the member from Vancouver Falls Creek, gave me a couple of examples that she'd like to get on the record, and they're really heartbreaking stories of, specifically, it was 2 heads of cougar kittens that, plus their paws, were taken in the Cowichan Valley, and this on the island. So this has become highly public, and the community is outraged over this, and rightly so. This is highly illegal, and again, conservation officers are needed to document, to find, and to stop this illegal activity. She also mentioned to me another example of 50 bald eagles that were slaughtered in North Vancouver. So here's examples from my riding, Coquitlam-Burke Mountain, to Chilliwack Hope, to North Vancouver, to Cowichan Valley. So those are just, in my short time here, I'm able to outline really what our conservation office is faced with. Huge areas, many problems. They need all the tools that they can to try to do their job more efficiently. So these are examples, and I'm sure there are so many others, Madam Speaker, but I'm unfortunately going to have to leave it there. I know we're drawing near, and I think the Minister would like to have some closing comments. So I'll leave it at that. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Member. Recognizing the Minister of Environment and Climate Change Strategy.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker, and I want to thank all members of the House who participated in this debate on the Bill 26, 2022, the Environmental Management Amendment Act 2022, for their contributions. I look forward to any questions at committee stage. I particularly want to thank all the members who spoke and those who didn't, who've expressed appreciation for the many roles of the Conservation Officer Service and the appreciation for the hard work these men and women do on behalf of British Columbians and our environment. The bill, of course, as we've spoken, restores to conservation officers the authorities that existed prior to 2019 amendments, but were lost due to an inadvertent drafting error, creating all the consequent problems that we've talked about. It's a minor amendment, but it will create significant efficiency for both the Conservation Officer Service and the courts. And with that, Honourable Speaker, I move second reading.
Members have heard the motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Opposed? Say nay. Motion is carried. Minister.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. I move that the bill be referred to a committee of the whole House to be considered at the next sitting after today.
Members have heard the motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Opposed say nay. Motion is carried. Government House Leader.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I move the House to now adjourn.
Members have heard the motion. All those in favour? Aye. Opposed? Motion's carried. The House stands adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow. Thank you.